Hi everyone, Oddbun19 is here. Before we start, it turns out game has 100 endings and there's like 20 paths you can choose from, each featuring similar endings. So I guess I'll start with one of those roads. I guess I decided to start with Mystery Road, so let's continue. Okay, somewhere far away, someone is calling for me. Karwa? No, not her, that's... Yeah. Or is it her after all? She's the same but different. That's right, I promised. I made her a promise. This time I'm going to keep it, really? I'm not sure. Well, I have to keep my promise. There's no way I'm going to break it this time. I'll start this wall all over again if that's what it takes. And I'll fight. I have to fight. Fight. Fight, 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 and you know the rest. Huh? I jolted upright in bed, throwing off covers in a panic. My whole body was drenched in sweat and my heart was racing, like I had just woken up from a
Was
nightmare.
it just a dream?
No way, can you see the electric is back? Couldn't remember exactly what kind of dream it had been, but it had left its mark on me all the same. My throat was hoarse and as if I had been yelling over and over again. And my heart was pounding, not with fear or panic, but something closer to a burning resolve. What happened? Why can't I remember? Well, whatever it is, I'm wide awake now. It's not even close to morning yet. Maybe I'll step outside for some fresh air. Okay. I got out of the bed, slowly made my way to the door. Along the way, I happened to catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Hmm. It's me. In spite of everything, I'm still me, right? It's the same face I see in the mirror every morning, but somehow something about it seems wrong. I don't know how to describe it. It's like this reflection doesn't feel like me
Who
anymore.
are you?
What?
You're... I'm... Takumi Sumino. Aren't I?
It's like we have this speech before. I feel like.
What am I doing? This is stupid.
Okay, I remember. What happened? I do remember. Okay, what's going on?
Where... Where am I? Who am I?
Struggling to make sense of the images floating into my mind, I stared outside. Everything was how I remembered it. The rooftop, the plain prefab huts that served as our rooms. And of course, the wall of undying flames surrounding the school. It was back. Having lost them once before, seeing them again was almost comforting, encouraging a bit.
No doubt about it. It works.
It worked, you mean?
This is... the past.
Welcome to past, Takumi.
I did it. I've... traveled back in time.
The facts slowly started to sink in. This was really happening.
This time I won't mess things up. I'll keep my promise. Nothing is going to stop me this time.
Alright.
I'll protect the ones I hold dear. And we'll all go to the satellite together. I won't let things play out the way they did before.
Is that the moon? Right on cue, I felt a presence behind me, his presence. I could finally hear the strange boy's voice, the way I was now. He could communicate directly with the cryptoglobin in my
You're
blood.
wrong. It's not the moon. That's the artificial satellite humanity's survivors fled to. Huh? You wanted to see if I could understand you, right? Well, I can. Give it a try. You can really hear me? Yeah. My cryptoglobin is strong enough now. I used a little of your power to come here from the future. My power? The future? I know, it's a lot to take in. You don't have to believe me right away. But it's true. I absorbed your cryptoglobin and came back. To try again. To redo these 100 days. And make things better.
You're right, it's a lot, but I believe you. Really? Just like that? Sirei keeps me informed about what's going on, but I know has kept my existence secret from me. I doubt you'll be this calm if it were really your first time seeing me. You are even able to talk to me in this form. That alone is enough for me to believe what you are saying is true. Thanks, that'll make things a lot easier. It also explains the irregularity I sensed a little while ago. An irregularity? I'm not sure how to explain it. I felt a kind of pulse, I suppose. Then my body got hot and feverish. It was like my cryptoglobin has suddenly been supercharged. If that's true, then I put my hand over my chest to feel my own heartbeat. That violent pulsing, it felt the same as before I left. I think I might have come back with all my powers intact. It's not just your memories, your cryptoglobin was also carried over from your previous timeline. In that case, what I felt before was probably my cryptoglobin resonating with yours. Resonating? Yes, sensing a power equal to its own must have stimulated it. You're saying your powers got stronger just because I'm here? I'm only guessing, even I don't know very much about how cryptoglobin works, but if it can send your consciousness back in time, I don't think it's out of the question for it to cause a rejection in our users. Okay, so this is what he's told to us. He did mention there will be some consequences. You're probably right. In the future, you told me something similar. I did? Interesting. By assuming your arrival is what stimulated my cryptoglobin, I don't think I'm the only one to benefit from its effects. The other members of the Special Defense Unit should have felt it too, almost like our powers are syncing up. So everyone else is stronger now too? That's unexpected, but I guess it's a good thing. We're all on the same side after all. I still don't understand what you are doing here. It must be important if you subject yourself to 100 days of war all over again. Just what happened in the future you come from? It's a long story. Before I get into that, can you tell me how far I've come back? What day is it? It's the day after you were all brought here. It's the day 2 of 100. Day 2, what happened here the first time around? I feel like there was something important, but what are you doing out here anyway? There must be a reason you appeared. Oh, of course, I almost forgot in all of this excitement. I needed to ask you something, that's why I created this avatar. I went looking for someone to talk to. What did you want to ask me about? Have you seen Sirei? He comes to the defense room to talk to me every night, but he didn't show up today. Huh? Sirei? Of course, that's what's so important about our second day here. He did say he'll do whatever he can and tell us the truth.
Hey!
It was day 2. That was when Sirei disappeared, right after promising to tell us the truth about the war. This is the night Eito kills Sirei! He does what? We have to find them. We might still be in time to stop it. Alright, if Sirei is in danger, I won't ask questions. I'll help you look for him. It's not easy for me to maintain this form, but it sounds like there are more important things at stake. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll let you know as soon as I find anything. Okay, the ghost boy disappeared into thin air and as if he had been swallowed up by his own flames. If I can protect Sirei, the future is bound to change. I have to stop Eito. I won't let him mess everything up this time. Before beginning my search, I headed for the war room. Whatever happened next, I was going to need my infuser. Okay. Right, okay, I'm ready to take on Eito. Now I just have to find him. Back in my timeline, he said he called Sirei out to discuss something. Where was it again? The gym, I believe. Flung the door to the gym open and charged inside, afraid what I might find.
Takumi. Ah. Sumino? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Me? Oh, I just...
You told Sirei there was something you wanted to discuss alone after sleeping hours.
What?
He's taught you how to use Hemo Anima, and you've used this conversation to get him to relax around you. Now you're planning to take advantage of his dropped guard to destroy him before he has a chance to fight back.
Whoa. Right on money. Destroy me? What are you thinking, Atsuki? You will never defeat the invaders without me. No! Besides, did you forget what I told you earlier? You got a bomb in you. I can detonate whenever I want. That won't matter so long as it takes you out in one hit. He can always come back with the revival magic. You know, you're right. I can't believe I didn't think of that. But why would you want to kill me anyway? I was going to tell you the truth tomorrow. I'm being nice here. If I die, you won't have a clue what's going on here. And having no leader will make your battles even harder. That's exactly what he wants, but I won't let that happen this time. This time? Takumi, what has gotten into you? This is all a big misunderstanding. I wasn't really going to harm Sirei. I just wanted to threaten him a little, to make sure he wasn't lying. I mean, he says we are fighting a war to decide the fate of all humanity. If that's true, then you want to sabotage it and guarantee humanity is destroyed. Isn't that right? What? You want humanity to be destroyed? What are you talking about? Why would I want to do something so horrible? Don't try to deny it. I know how you see us. Unsightly, freakish, eerie monsters. What? And you think you've been chosen as some kind of savior who will rid the planet of our vile species? There's no use hiding in Eito. I know everything. You hate humanity. I don't understand. Wow. I've never told anyone about any of that. Not even once. So how?
How did you know about all this, Takumi?
If you want to blame somebody, blame your future self. You laid it out. All in a lengthy monologue. What? The future? That's right, I come from a future where you sabotaged this academy. I came back to fix it, to stop you. So it's not just your appearance, you are actually crazy too. Well, I have to say this is a disappointment. I was sure you would be the easiest one to deceive. What a pity that I'll have to kill you first. I'm ready for you this time.
I'm going to stop you and change the future.
Right. Can we defeat him? Oh yeah, we can. We have lots of power now. Battle start.
What are you talking about, Takumi? So it's not just your appearance. You're actually crazy, too. It doesn't matter. You can try and say but you don't stand a chance.
We'll see about that.
I just felt a surge in my humanity. What's your humanity? Time
Alright. Impossible. How can you be so much stronger than me? That was really something, Sumino. When did you get so strong? I mean, you did okay in yesterday's battle, but you are on a whole other level now. It's only been 1 day since then. What happened to you? Only 1 day? Maybe that's how it seemed to you, but for me it's been so much longer. I've already spent a full 100 days with you, Eito. I never even guessed it at your true nature until it was too late.
Everything we did, everything we sacrificed, it was all for nothing. All because of you.
Where's all this coming from, Sumino? What's going on with you?
I think I can explain, Sirei.
Another voice joined the conversation, speaking directly into my head at the same time. The ghost boy. He appeared. What the? Eito really did betray us. It's just like you said, Takumi. You made some kind of avatar of undying flames. I didn't know you could do that. I was worried when you didn't come to defense room. Well, it's more than that, really. I wanted to see the people who are fighting to protect me up close, at least once. Can you hear him too, Sirei? That's right, he can only communicate via Himanima telepathy. But I've got equipment built into me to receive those signals. Wow, you said you could explain all this? Yes, you might have trouble believing Takumi, but it will probably mean more coming from me. The ghost boy went on to tell Sirei everything I had told him when I arrived in this timeline. Naturally, the little creature was taken aback. Who wouldn't be? You used Himanima to travel through time? Now that you mention it, Aotsuki did say he felt a sudden surge of power back to him. That seems to be a side effect of Takumi's arrival here. Well, butter my biscuits. I never expect anything like this to happen. Just goes to show you, we haven't even scratched the surface of what cryptoglobin can do. What are you all talking about? Where did this fiery monster come from? Alright, he can understand. All that stuff about the future, is it really true? What have you done, Takumi? You don't need to know that. You'll only try to use anything I tell you against me anyway. It's over, Eita. I won't let you destroy humanity. You're going to kill me then? Is that what you were saying? You seem like such a nice guy too. You must really hate me. What did I do to deserve such malice, Takumi? Think about it. I haven't actually done anything. Are you really going to take my life because of something you think I might do? There's no might abide it. You'll definitely mess things up if I don't stop you right now. I know you well enough to be sure of that. It's not like anything I say can change your mind about humanity, can it? You're right. There's no changing who I am. You are all just unsightly monsters. That's a firm, immutable truth. As long as I live, I'll never stop hating you, whole wild species. I've got to say, you two are full of surprises. Both of you. How an outlier like you ended up here is a real mystery, Aotsuki. The desire to eliminate humanity is totally antithetical to our mission here. I'll have to look into how such an error could have occurred. Now that I know all of this, there's no use preserving you anymore. Sirei eyes flashed red. What did you just do? I erased Aotsuki's DNA record from the revival matrix database. It's got data, alright. He can only revive us if it has our DNA in its database. So once it's been deleted, it can revive that person. From there, it uses some kind of some tech stuff here. So Eito can't be revived anymore. Exactly, all that's left for you to execute him, and everything will be back on track. So I'm doing this. I'm killing Eito before he can do any harm. Wait, Takumi, I won't try to stop you, but take a moment to think about this. You said you came back so you could change the future. What kind of future do you want to create? And is killing him the only way to achieve it? The future I want. Oh, you should absolutely kill him. Leave him alive and we'll have no kind of future at all. He's an enemy of all humanity, just like the invaders. He doesn't deserve your pity. Right, I'm inconvenient for you, so just get rid of me. Isn't that how humans made it? this far. Ignore the fact that you'll be taking an innocent life for your own selfish purposes. If it's for humanity's sake, then anything goes, isn't that right? Eito is not about to change his mind. He's still just as much of a threat as ever, and I know better than anyone the kind of terrible things he is capable of. But I can't deny that this Eito hasn't done any of that yet, and he is not an invader. He's a human being, just like me. Is killing this version of him really the right thing to do? Okay, this has to be my decision. I'm done with letting others control my fate. That's why I came back in first place, to create a new future on my own terms. Whatever path I choose here, I have to be prepared to see it through. It's time to make my choice here. Okay, can't save right now. Okay, from on, the story will diverge greatly depending on Takumi's decision. You'll be able to come back, explore the other choices later. Now decide Eito's fate. Okay. A wolf. Well, I'm going for the road I need demands this choice. That's right, just like the Undying Flames boy said, I came back so I could change the future. If I let Eito live, history might repeat itself. If I don't want that to happen, then my choice is clear. I need to end his life here and now. Wow.
I guess I've got no choice.
Oh my god, poor Eito. His only fault was having the hatred for humans because of his condition.
This is it. You're finished.
Extermination complete. Takumi's Sumino was boosted again. Suddenly I found myself walking to my room. It was almost like I was running from something. Well, we just took an innocent life. Well, maybe not that innocent, but I finally made it to the rooftop and I saw them there, as if they had been waiting for me. What's going on with you, Sumino? Why would you leave the gym without saying anything? Maybe you didn't want to see Hatsuki looking like that. You have nothing to worry about, Sumino. You made a wise decision. You did the right thing. He was trying to destroy me, your commanding officer. And that's not a... He was trying to slaughter all of humanity. You are our savior, the hero who saved mankind. So you don't have a single thing you need to regret. I don't know about that. Personally, I get the feeling you are walking down the wrong path. Or perhaps I should say, he has strayed off the path he was meant to walk as a human being. Maybe true that Eito committed many crimes in the future, Takumi, but he hadn't done anything wrong here and now, had he? Well, actually, he had already killed his parents, so... You have executed an innocent human being for crimes he might have possibly committed in the future. People can change, I believe so at least, but you didn't give him the chance. That doesn't sound like the right thing to do to me. Shut up. Huh? You think I don't know all that already? You don't have to shove it down my throat. I clenched my fists and practically barked my rebuttal at the ghost boy before running off to my room. Okay, well, it was oppressively silent in my room. I didn't bother to turn the lights on. I just sank into a corner and wrapped my arms around my face. I did the right thing. I did the right thing. I repeated this to myself over and over again.
You're our savior. The hero who saved mankind. So you don't have a single thing you need to regret.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. But why can't I stop thinking about what he said after?
You've executed an innocent human being for crimes he might have possibly committed in the future. People can change. I believe so, at least. But you didn't give him the chance.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! I covered my ears and squeezed my eyes shut. But when I did, I could see Eito, now a blackened lump of flesh, staring at me hatefully. My eyes flew open. I was scared to so much as blink. I focused on my breathing, the only sound in the room, and spent the night curled into a ball, my eyes wide open the whole time. You've unlocked Chapter Select. This option will allow you to jump to the beginning of each day or directly before or after the story decisions. You can access Chapter Select from menu. Use it to complete 100 of the story. Day 3.
Up and Atom troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your third day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
Takumi, what the hell, man? Why did you... Eito, he... Alright. Everyone's cold eyes pierced through me as I stepped into the cafeteria. They were all staring at me suspiciously. We all saw the body in the gym. And then Sirei showed up. Right, I explained what happened to everyone. I told them that you came back from the future. I told them Eito was abnormal and that he tried to destroy me last night. I told them everything, but they seemed reluctant to believe me. Obviously, you tell us he came back from the future, and you think any of us are dumb enough to just be like, oh well, if you say so. Yeah, none of us are that stupid. If a useless single cult organism like me might be permitted to speak up, are we sure Takumi isn't experiencing some sort of delusion? The very least, there's no way he can prove he's not. That would mean Mr. Sumino got caught up in this delusional and ended up murdering someone. That would make him the abnormal one around here. Okay, Kako's word hid heavily on me, but it wasn't true. I'm not sure if I'd made the right choice last night. I still don't have confidence in my decision, even though I already made it. But what I experienced last time really happened. There's no way it was a delusion. I need them to understand that, if nothing else. Everyone, hear me out. It's not a long story, but I looked right into everyone's eyes as I began to recount what I knew about the previous 100 days. I told them everything that happened. World Death, Cryptoglobin, the Exodus project, the artificial satellite. I told them about the boy made of undying flames, his infant body in the defense room. Even the existence of second to last defense academy and the 5 other fighters there under command of Nigo. The only thing I left out was what I learned about Nozomi. The secrets she had shared that first time were between her and me. It was night by the time I was done talking, but still the doubt in their face never left. I knew why too. It was because I had killed Eito. In their eyes, my story was nothing more than an elaborate and lengthy excuse, like I was trying to convince them by weaving a fantastical, impossible tale. I see, I think I understand. It doesn't look that way to me. I simply mean I understand what you think happened. Whether it's true or not is another story. Talking anymore is just a waste of time. Why don't we call it for today and get out of here? Right, it's late now. But what do we do with Eito's body? It's still lying there in the gym. Should we bury him? Wait, it will be so beautiful to bury him when he looks like a burnt pretzel stick. I wish we could do something about that. Like what? Restore his body to how it used to be, perhaps. Is that even possible? Obviously I can't do it, but maybe Sirei. Oh well, I mean, it's not that I can't do it, but that's a super secret technique written at the very end of the super secret commanding officer manual. So how in the world did you know about it, Shizuhara? Just a guess. A guess? But why would we do that? I told you, it's such a pity. We don't know if he was really a traitor or not. The body deserves dignity no matter what sins that person may have committed in life. Isn't it only normal to want a body in such a tragic state to look more like it used to be? No one objected to her suggestion. Sirei reluctantly agreed. He must have decided it wasn't worth antagonizing everyone over it when it was only our third day here. And so we transported Eito's body to a classroom on the second floor. It's so cold. What is this room anyway? It's a morgue. A morgue? What? I don't remember that from the last time. You never used it. Well, in a way, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
This is where we store bodies whose cause of death are unknown. Say one of you got killed by an unknown weapon during a defensive battle, a bioweapon, or nanomachines, or something like that. In that case, we will need to dissect you in order to properly determine the cause. We need a place to store the bodies in a situation like that, which is why we have this room. The temperature is set really low to keep the bodies from decomposing. Everybody hunched their shoulders against the cold as they looked around the room, their breath steam in the air.
Yeah.
Well then, I'm going to get started on restoring the body. Would you all mind stepping out? How long will it take? I should have it done by tomorrow morning. Alright, one last thing. We were about to leave when Sirei stopped us. I know it's sudden, but as of today, I would like to officially designate Sumino as the Special Defense Unit's team leader. Huh? You saved me, Sumino, and you know the future. Plus, you have red hair, so I'm sure you'll make a great leader. Oh my god, what does having red hair to have anything to do being a leader? What kind of reason is that? I will not entertain any objections. That's an order from your commanding officer. Disobey and you'll be court martialite. You have to do as Sumino says, starting tomorrow. Got it? We returned to the roof. Everybody's faces were even more gloomy having seen Eito's body up close. They all vanished inside their rooms without saying a word. Left on my own, I casually glanced up at the sky, saw the satellite. The artificial satellite hung in the sky, lit with countless mechanical lights. It felt further away than the last time I saw it. Just then I heard a pop inside my head. The very next moment, I was suddenly unconscious. What happened?
Up and Adam troops, time to rise and shine. Get ready for your fourth day. Prepare to spend a night. Be ready to give your
I'm gonna
lives
skip
to
this.
protect our.
In the morning, I skipped going to the cafeteria and went back to it there. Instead, somebody else had got there before me. Who could it be? Well, Yuriko. Good morning. Did you eat breakfast? No, not yet. I'm not hungry. I could maybe go for a frog. Though.
Oh.
A frog?
Huh?
Forget that. What are you doing here? After a moment of silence, Yuriko answered. Probably for the same reason you are. I wanted to see the results of restoration. Sirei is not here. Does that mean he's done? Only one way to find out. Yuriko approached the body. She stopped in front of it and quietly pulled back the sheet covering Eito's body. Looks like it's done.
At the very least, he's not a burnt pretzel anymore.
I felt vaguely relieved seeing him. Of course, I hadn't forgiven him for what he had done to us last time, but I felt some guilt about bringing him to such an undignified end. Now that his body was back to the way it used to be, the painful mass of emotions within me eased a little.
It feels wrong to bury him in the dirt after all this effort to get him so pristine. Why don't we leave him like this for a little longer?
Yuriko covered him with a sheet once more. No sooner had she finished than Gaku came barreling into the room. There you go. There you are, guys. We found something messed up. Come look. Messed up? Just hurry, you'll see for yourself. Yuriko and I practically flew down the stairs as we followed Gaku to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon our arrival. What? Leave the school now or I'll kill you all. What is this? Spray paint. Someone sprayed a message on the digital blackboard. I looked at the message. Leave the school now or I'll kill you all. I was the first one to find it. I finished breakfast early and was wandering around the school when I saw this. When he came back to the cafeteria and told us about it, we all came running to see for ourselves. But who will pull some kind of dumb prank like this? Prank? I said what I said. Who will take this shit seriously? Looks like some snot-nosed kid wrote it. I believe it, though. It's way more interesting than what. I smell a killing game in the air. Whether it's serious or not, we do know it's not the work of an invader. The alarm would have gone off if one of them tried to get in here. They don't know our language. On top of that, I doubt it could have been one of them. What if it was Eito? Huh? Maybe the restoration brought him back, like a zombie. I don't think that's possible. His appearance may have been restored, but his cryptoglobin is gone. And besides, we just saw him. He definitely wasn't breathing. So that means the person behind this threat is in the room with us now. Everybody glanced around, trying to see what everyone else was thinking. Their eyes were filled with distrust and uneasy. Wait, but hold on. There's one another person it could be, right? Everyone seemed to have an idea of what I was getting at. That's right. Sirei. I definitely wouldn't put it past him. But why would he write a threatening message like this? We can figure that out later. For now, we need to find him. And so began the hunt for Sirei. We found him only seconds later. It turned out he was very close to the classroom. Okay, our officer leaves.
No!
Huh?
Sirei?
What the hell?
You're kidding!
Why? How could this happen to him?
Everyone was deeply disturbed, but the shock I felt went far beyond theirs. After all, I had seen this very scene before, the last time I went through this. Back then, Eito had been responsible for it, but Eito didn't exist in this world any longer. I had killed him myself 2 days earlier. And yet, the same thing was happening all over again. The whole reason I fought Eito in the first place was to prevent this. So how? And why? We returned to the classroom in a daze. Everyone stood around in silence for some time. Their eyes were cast downward, expressions grave. Finally, Gaku broke their silence. Takamaro, do you still think this is all a prank now? But if this isn't a prank, then it's just not fair. They didn't even give us the chance to leave. Maybe it means the kill you all part will start as soon as we see the message. Still, it's not right. It's highly probable that Sirei was destroyed before we woke up. Somebody would have noticed otherwise. That means it happened before Gaku found the message. So one of us had to die before we even knew we were being threatened? How utterly unreasonable. In movies, terrorists always set off a small-scale explosion, then claim responsibility, right? Once everyone knows it's not a prank, they announce that they are going to carry out another crime. Doremi had a point. It was possible the corporate did this to Sirei to show they were serious. In that case, we would be fine so long as we did what they demanded. Temporarily leaving the school and seeing what happened before returning would be the safest option. But there was no guarantee that the person who wrote the message was the same person who destroyed Sirei. It wasn't out of the question that the message really was just a prank. But even if it was, we'll still have to deal with the threat of whoever destroyed Sirei still being nearby. For now, I need to figure out if we listen to the message or not. Do we leave the school or do we ignore it and stay? It's up to me to decide. Alright, time for decision. Well, for Mystery Road, I can't leave. No. It is my future.
Hey guys, listen. We can't listen to the message.
Why?
Ah!
The enemy could attack any day now. We can't just leave this place unprotected. Hey, didn't you just come back from the future? That means you should know exactly when the enemy will attack, right? So when is the next attack?
Ah.
The next one is 3 days from now, day 7. Then what's the big deal with leaving this place empty until then? It's just a matter of going outside the wall of fire and coming back in 3 days, right? We'll be technically complying with what the message says, and the culprit wouldn't see a need to follow through with their threat. The next attack being 3 days away is what I remember from last time, but there is no guarantee the enemy will act in the same way this time, because you may have already changed the course of history by coming back to the past. Is that what you're trying to say? I nodded. There is another thing to consider. Can we really trust the culprit to keep their word and leave the academy alone while we are gone? We are talking about someone who did something that vicious to Sirei before we even saw the message. There's no way a person like that is ever going to keep their word. This has to be a trap. I got no clue who they could be. The only thing we can figure is that they are an invader trying to nab the baby in the defense room while we are gone. You just said you thought it was a prank. Shut up, things are different now that Sirei has been wrecked. I personally think we should just ignore that message. They'll launch the culprit into slaughter mode, right? No, that's the kind of show I'll pay through the nose to watch. My said excuse of an existence will surely be the first to be eliminated. Oh, I am all for the idea, of course. After all, even the tiniest bacteria has more worth than an atomized dust like me. So if we take a head count, there are 6 of us who want to stay. Takumi, Takamaru, Darumi, Shoma, and Tsukomi twins. If you're going to by majority vote, those who want to remain have already won, right? Seriously? Are you all out of your minds? Nobody's stopping you from going out there yourself. Outside the wall of fire? I dare say that's what the culprit really aiming for. Once they manage to isolate someone, the real one begins. Gaku started shaking like a leaf. Alright, fine, just don't say I didn't warn you. In the end, we decided to ignore the message and remain at the academy. Nobody knew how the culprit would react. Just in case, we decided that everyone would move together as a unit during the day as a safety measure. As we did, the sun soon set and night approached.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
I guess the announcements must be pre-recorded, huh? Yes, Sirei told me about them earlier. Nothing happened in the end. Whoever wrote that message was just bluffing. Can you make up your mind? Do you want us to take the message seriously or not? Right now, no. The situation has changed. So I'm going back to my room to hit the sack. Whoa, did you just willingly trigger your own death flag? I ain't got time for this. We ain't in some freaking game or movie. But there's no denying that the person who destroyed Sirei is still around. Yes, hiding somewhere in their school. Or it's also possible they are hiding somewhere among us. Everybody abruptly stopped what they were doing after Hiroku's statement. We all glanced around, looking at each other nervously. I see how it is. Safer for us all to just sleep in our own rooms. Well, at least that room is locked, so we don't have to worry about anyone killing him while we sleep. Hiroku was only mentioning that as a possibility. I refuse to believe the culprit could be one of us. Let's not start suspecting each other. We'll be playing directly into the culprit's hands. Well, yeah, that makes no sense. I mean, in first gameplay, I mean, we were all friends except for, you know, Eito. Told you they were just bluffing with that message. Whoever is behind it probably gets a kick out of seeing us running around like headless chickens, that's all. Tell that the series remains. Sirei was targeted because he was a machine. Damaging a metal contraption is completely different from killing a flesh and blood person. Are you trying to say the culprit won't harm us because we are human? I'm just guessing, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Anyway, I'm heading back to my room. Let's see what tomorrow morning brings. Takamaru and Doremi left after that, followed by Ima and Kaku, the twins. As long as we are together, no one can hurt us. They held hands and left the cafeteria together. Good night, everyone. Sorry, my body is poorly formed. It can't fall asleep without a bed. Tsubasa and Shoma both said they didn't think the culprit could be among us, but as I watched them leave, it occurred to me they probably had their suspicions. Hiroko, Gauka and I were the only ones left in the cafeteria. This is ridiculous. Why can't everyone see the best way to stay safe is to stick together? Everyone is already gone though, except the three of us. If two of you are working together, I would probably be assaulted tonight. Are you inviting us to look at his face? Of course I'm not. Get your mind out of the gutter. Right, on the other hand, I'll be the one in hot soup if you two are the ones behind this. You're not, but I have no way of proving that. I guess going back to our rooms to rest really is the only thing we can do now. Indeed, casting aspersions at each other here won't help us sleep any better. Fine, I'll go too, but only because there's no other choice. Okay, with that everyone left. Please don't tell me someone will kill someone, and so we all went back to our rooms to turn in for the night. What? Actually, I'm starting to suspect something, but no, that's impossible, yeah. I tossed and turned restlessly on my bed. My eyes were closed, but sleep kept awaiting. Who wrote that message and destroyed Sirei? Is the culprit really one of us? No, there's no way. That means the culprit is still hiding somewhere in their school. They couldn't have escaped outside the wall of fire after destroying Sirei, writing that message. Hang on, are we sure the person who wrote the message and the person who destroyed Sirei are the one and the same? We just automatically assume but there is no indication that they are. If it wasn't the same person, then we are actually up against two different people. How did things end up like this? I ruffled my hair violently while curling up on my bed. Midnight was just around the corner. Soon it will be day 5. Day 5. It's 20:55 a.m. It hasn't been an hour since the new day began. I visited at this time. Thinking it might be the culprit, I was unnerved until I realized this would give me a great chance to capture them. It could very well be someone asking for help too. Whoever it was, I had no reason to ignore them. Let's do it. Gathering my wits, I opened my door cautiously. Okay, I looked around before stepping out. There was nobody to be seen anywhere. Was it a prank or a hallucination? Just as I turned around to back into the room, a sharp pain exploded at the back of my head, quickly rendering me unconscious. Oh my god, not again! What's with his school?
Get ready, prepare to be ready to give your...
When I next came to, I realized I was on my bed, even though I had lost consciousness outside of. I saw my room last night. Was that a dream? Was I just half asleep? I touched the back of my neck as those thoughts ran through my mind. A dull, aching pain greeted me. It wasn't a dream. I stepped outside last night. Someone jumped on me from above. They had probably been hiding on the rooftop. They punched or kicked me. I'm not sure which one, but it happened. But who and why? Was it the person who wrote that message and destroyed Sirei? In that case, why am I still alive? They even went out of their way to move me back to my bed. Makes no sense. Just then, the door slammed violently open and Tsubasa ran inside. What? Takumi, it's Gaku. Gaku is what? What happened? Just go to the classroom on the first floor quickly. The same room we found the messenger. I'll go let the others know. What? I ran downstairs so quickly I thought I might trip and fall. Getting to the classroom was the only thing on my mind. Soon the classroom came within view. I dashed inside and what greeted me was... Alright. Alright. Not good, not good, not good.
What is this?
I could hear the others entering the classroom behind.
No!
What the hell?
Mr. Mariko!
Why? Gaku? Hey, Gaku! Cut it out! This isn't funny at all! Open your eyes, man! Wake up! I said wake up, Gaku!
Doremi kept shaking Gaku's shoulders. He didn't respond, so she started shaking him harder. Yuko slowly put her arms around Doremi and gently pulled her away.
Hey, why don't we just use the Revivomatic?
Right! If we move Gaku to the infirmary, we can...
It won't work. The Revivomatic can only revive a person who only just died. That's what it says in the manual. Can you define just? It doesn't give a specific number, but definitely not 3 hours.
3 hours?
You can tell by the dry and discolored blood. It's been at least 3 hours since he was killed. And besides, look at the amount of blood he's lost. You know how the Revivomatic works. You need to have cryptoglobin in your body.
But we couldn't just give up without doing anything. We moved Gaku's body to infirmary, but put him in a corpse recovery drone and placed him in the Revivomatic. However, it didn't work, of course. Unfortunately, Kako was right. The Revivomatic's analysis monitor was locked at the back of the device. We all looked at the information together. Cause of death, Hyaluronic shock, estimated time of day 5 between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on chest and abdomen. Murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about a foot long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in the body. Impossible to revive. Doesn't something seem off to you guys? Why didn't that corpse recovery drone do its job earlier? You're right. If the drone had flown over to collect Gaku's body the moment he died, this wouldn't have happened. Upon hearing that, Tsubasa sprang into action. She went back to analysis monitor. After fiddling with terminal for a while, she took several steps back in shock. The drone itself is working correctly, but someone has overridden the program that controls it. What? The code is too difficult to hack even for me. There's no way we can restore the original programming now. The new setting says that drone doesn't activate if an special defense unit member died outside of defensive battle. You can't be serious. Who would do such a thing? Do you even need to ask? It's obviously the same person who killed Gaku. Maybe Sirei did that. Silence filled the air and nobody spoke for a while. Then Takamaru mumbled something. Shit, this is all my fault. I kept insisting the culprit was bluffing. Gaku wouldn't have died if I had believed him. I don't know about that. The same thing may have happened even if we had all slept together in the cafeteria last night. Or maybe things would have been worse. What do you mean? I'll explain later. A few hours later, we managed to regain our composure somewhat and started cleaning up the classroom. It just didn't seem right to leave all that blood on the floor. We also made sure they thoroughly checked for possible clues that might lead us to the murderer while we cleaned. Ultimately, we came to the realization that the killer had left nothing behind. No footprints, no bloody fluids, not even a single strand of hair. Once we were done, we decided to take care of the message as well. The message that was the cause of everything. The mere sight of it necessitated whatever it did me. We angrily and vigorously scrubbed the message with solvents until it disappeared. Tsubasa and Shoma crying as they worked. Before we knew it, the sun had already set and we were surrounded by darkness. Then we started on our next task, transporting Gaku's dead body from inventory to morgue. Alright, killing Eito definitely isn't going to take us to best ending, that's for sure, but I'm trying to fulfill Mystery Road. Hey, why are we moving his body here? Shouldn't we be giving him a dignified burial? The corpse is a silent witness who never lies. Doing it would mean losing valuable clues. That reminds me, you mentioned that you were trying to become a detective in my previous timeline, and then Ima said he was your brilliant and talented assistant or something. I said that? Yes, now do you believe me? I've traveled back in time.
Oh!
I'm not sure. That's not particularly convincing evidence. Am I right to assume you are interested in helping out with the investigation, Kako? Yes. Then share your observation with us, great detective. Who's the most likely suspect in your eyes? Well, definitely Takumi. Wait, we need to figure things like this out, step by step. She tapped a finger on her temple. First of all, Tsubasa was the first person to find the body, right? Yes, I woke up before the morning announcement, so I went to the classroom on the first floor. I was trying to see if we had missed any clues that would have pointed us to the identity of the person who brought the message. Then I found Gaku on the floor like that. Question is, why did killer murder him so brutally? He was stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen. If killing him had been the objective, they could have simply aimed directly for the heart. This number of stab wounds usually indicates some sort of powerful personal grudge. It feels more like anger than a grudge to me. The killer is the same person who wrote the message, right? And they got angry because we didn't follow their instructions. Or the fella is just trying to make an example out of someone, thinking they can strike fear in our hearts by killing someone in the most horrible way possible. I think their objective was even simpler than that. Pray tell. To bleed as much cryptoglobin out as possible so that we couldn't possibly revive Gaku even if we found his body right away. That would mean the killer is very familiar with the Special Defense Unit's members and how our bodies work. In short, there's a very high probability that the killer is one of us. Everybody fell silent at that. But nobody seemed as shaken up as they were yesterday, as if they had already come to this conclusion deep inside. That's why back in the infirmary, I said that things would have been worse if we had all slept together in the cafeteria. Because the killer would have assassinated everyone in their sleep. Yes, after drugging us with sleep medicine or something. That's unthinkable. It's just not possible. One of us here is the killer? The alarm didn't sound. That means nobody has breached the academy's defenses. And before you bring it up, no, Eito couldn't have done it either. Because she walked to one of the dead bodies, stood in front of it, and promptly pulled off the sheet that was covering it.
See? He's not breathing and has no pulse. It's literally impossible for Eito to be the killer. Unless he somehow turned into a zombie.
Quite dead. Everyone saw what Gaku has estimated the time of death of revival magic was. Yes, I think it was between 1 and 4 a.m. last night. I'm going to have to ask each and every one of you where you were and what you were doing at that time. Everyone said they had been sleeping in their own rooms other than Ima. Ima was... I was sleeping in my dear sister's which means only my dear sister and I have valid alibis. The testimony of her siblings is unreliable. Yes, I was expecting you to say that. Wait, so none of us have proper alibis? Hang on, nobody has asked Takumi where he has been yet. Alright, what about you, Takumi? I mean, your answer is probably going to be the same. I hesitate for a moment. Telling the truth would make me seem questionable, but if it ever came to light that I lied this time, I would definitely look suspicious then. So I decided to go ahead and tell everyone what happened to me last night at around 1 a.m. Say what? Someone came out of nowhere and knocked you out, and then you woke up to the sound of the morning announcement in your bed? Yes, more or less. The person who knocked me out had to be the killer. Why only tell us about this now? I couldn't find a good time to bring it up. Really, but so much time has already passed since we found Gaku's body. Everyone looked at me with suspicion in their eyes, causing my heart to beat faster. I'm telling the truth, please believe me. So you say, but the time traveling thing has got to be just a big fat lie. Yes, you killed Eito for some reason and made up that tall tale in order to justify your actions. No, that would actually explain why Sirei was destroyed too. Sirei was the only one present when Eito was killed. He was the only one who knew the truth. When Sirei tried to blackmail Takumi using that incident, Takumi destroyed him in order to silence him.
Hey!
Why would I do that? And what about the message? I was the first one to propose we stay in the academy. Besides, there's no reason for me to kill Gaku. Absolutely no reason at all. You are coming apart at the seams. Nobody has said anything about you killing Mr. Maruko. You were all looking at me as if you thought I was the killer. Okay. My god, what have we done? I spent hours trying to prove my innocence to the others, but there was nothing convincing I could use to clear my name. Takamaru, Darumi, Shama and the Tsukumo twins were especially unwilling to give me any benefit of the doubt. Well then, sister dearest, let us fall asleep under the same roof again tonight. Yes, like I said before, it's more dangerous for everyone to be sleeping together. Sleeping with the person you trust the most is the best way to deal with this. Takamaru, will you please allow this worm to burrow in your room tonight? What are you saying? You are the person I trust the most. Or are you afraid of that I might actually be the killer? Don't be stupid, you idiot. I would just kill you right back. That means I'm staying in Mistress Hiruko's room tonight. You can kill me anytime you please, my mistress. I'm sorry, but you are on your own. But why? You may end up killing me for all I know. Besides, I have already been reserved by someone else. Someone else? Hiruko is staying with me tonight. No. Your only option left is Takumi. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna throw myself into the arms of a serial killer. I have standards on who gets to kill me, you know. Even Darmi doesn't want us. Everyone retired to their chosen rooms after deciding on sleeping arrangements. I trucked my way back to my own room as well. What's going on? This isn't the future we wanted. I had just returned to my room when the doorbell rang. My god. Don't you remember what happened the last time? Don't open it! The door swung open and in walked who? Hiruko, Tsubasa, what's the matter? Just so we are clear, this doesn't mean we trust you or anything. What, you came all the way just to tell me that? Let me finish first. We don't trust you, but we see no reason to be completely suspicious of you either, unlike the other 5. Okay, that's nice to hear, and if what you have been saying is true, that there is going to be an enemy attack in 2 days' time on day 7, right? According to what I have lived through, yes. Then what happens? That happens. I intend to fight, but it's unlikely the other 5 will be unwilling to follow you. So you're saying there's a high chance they won't join the fight, even Takamaru and Darumi, who fought on day 1? Tsubasa is trying to say she's willing to lend you a hand. I can't just sit back and let you and Hiruko fight the invaders by yourselves. Besides, it's game over for us anyway if you lose. A combat party of 3 isn't going to be strong enough, which is why I'm thinking of calling in reinforcements. From where? You once mentioned a second to last defense academy that's being protected by 5 special defense unit members, right? I get it. You want to bring them here. It was inevitable that we would one day have to go to the second to last defense academy anyway. That academy was attacked on day 10 and Moko was killed. I had been pushing it to the back of my mind because I thought we still had time. Not that we had any spare time to be thinking about going there at all. It did make sense to go over as soon as possible, so I agreed to Hiruko and Tsubasa's plan. Are you both coming with me? Of course. Then we set off at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
6? The campus is quite a distance from here, isn't it?
Ah.
Yeah. We should start early then. We also have to ensure we can make it back before the enemy attack on day 7. Oh, that's a good point. That's settled then. We'll be taking our leave now. We'll go tell others about this. Thank you. They nodded and left their room. Alright. There was just one thing bothering me. Was it really a good idea to leave 5 people behind in an academy with a serial killer on the loose? That said, I really did want to reach the second campus before Moko got killed on day 10. Since we needed reinforcements for the next defensive battle, going there tomorrow was indeed the best option we had. It wouldn't make sense for all of us to go anyway, and leaving just 2 or 3 to protect the school wouldn't be any better either. In fact, it would be worse because that would just make them easier to target for the killer. And concluded that the safest thing to do was to go there with Hiroko and Tsubasa. I hope we can meet the team from the second academy tomorrow. Kyoshika, Moko, Kurara, Yugamo, and Nozomi. The possibility of seeing them again did nothing to loosen the tight knot in my stomach. After all, a friend had just been violently murdered today, and we don't know who did it. I mean, Eito is dead. I couldn't get the sight of Gaku's mangled body out of my mind. At 6 a.m. I went straight to the entrance hall, where Hiroko and Tsubasa were already waiting for me. You are 10 seconds late. 10 seconds? A split second of distraction can prove fatal in battle. You will do well to remember that. Yes, ma'am. I mindlessly responded to Hiroko while looking around. I didn't see anyone else. They are not even going to see us off, huh? I mean, they believe you are a serial killer, you know. Nothing I could do about that. Guess it can't be helped. How did you break the news to them? I just told them plainly. I said we needed to bring in a second team to increase our combat power, and they didn't criticize you for daring to follow a serial killer there. They sure did, which is why I asked them nicely if they would rather left said serial killer behind with them. Suddenly letting just the 3 of us go became the best thing since sliced bread. Okay. We can chat later. Let's be on our way. Alright. What do we do? Use fire extinguisher. But first, save. Nice. Okay. Yes. Look over there, that looks like a shortcut. Let's go check it out. Okay, let's go there quickly. Four. Okay, break it open.
I'll take this.
5. Not good. Annihilate all enemies. Okay. This should be fun.
Time for battle.
Okay. Nice.
Out of my way. Ready whenever.
Forgot how
this.
strong she was.
Broken so soon.
Broken so soon.
Let's do this.
Twice. Step. Let's do this.
Ready when you are.
Quickly.
Let's go.
Quickly.
I'll take that.
Now let's continue quickly. Okay, continue exploration. 3. Okay, run out.
I'll take that.
again? Yeah, that way. Okay, let's go. 2. Okay.
I'll take that.
Quickly. Only 1 is better.
We did it!
Okay. Nice. Don't eat it. Go up. Ignore and move on.
I'll take this.
1. 3. Follow it.
Yes!
3. Okay. 1. Yeah. Almost there. Okay, 2. 5. Give it a proper burial.
We did it!
6. 3. We have finally arrived.
Oh?
So this is the place. Second to last Defense Academy. As we got closer, I saw her. Nozomi! My pulse started racing. My breathing got heavier. I felt an uncomfortable burning in my chest. Nozomi was alive. She was alive again and right here in front of me. Without thinking, I almost reached out to touch her. But I fought that impulse and pulled it back. Huh? Who are you guys? Words simply failed me. While I was still busy being incoherent, Nico and the others showed up as well. Even Moko, are you perhaps from Last Defense Academy? How did you know that? Your class armor. Is there something you guys needed? Yes, actually. After moving the conversation to cafeteria and introducing ourselves, we told everyone what happened at Last Defense Academy, about Eito and the threatening message, Sirei's destruction, all of it, even about Gaku's murder and me traveling back in time. I also shared everything that happened in the 100 days I had previously gone through. It's hard to vibe. What greeted me at the end was silence. Nico had stopped moving and had a dazed, distant look in his eyes. Sirei's destruction must have been too much for him. None of the others from the second academy had anything to say either. They all stood frozen, mouth agape in astonishment. I see. Thanks for the massive info dump. I guess I'm still trying to process everything, but I more or less get what you're trying to say. The long and the short of the matter is that Last Defense Academy is currently in quite a bit of a pickle. Am I right to say that? Yeah. Then we have to go there right away. Since this place is just a decoy, there's no need for us to protect it anymore. The enemy will be attacking the academy tomorrow, right? Then we must hasten our steps and get there by today. Thank you. We should greatly appreciate the backup. Nigo, is the school bus available? Hey Nigo, can you hear me? Oh yes, the bus is available. Great, we'll meet in the parking lot after everyone here gets ready. Takumi, Hiruko, and Tsubasa, you guys can go there first. It's at... Don't worry, I know where it is. I'm packed and ready to go. Onwards to Last Defense Academy! We all started walking toward the bus, except for Nigo, who hadn't moved from his spot at all. As soon as we noticed, we stopped walking. Something wrong, Nigo? I can't go. What? I have been ordered to guard second to Last Defense Academy with my life, therefore I am unable to abandon it. Ordered by who? Your superior officer? The one who got destroyed? No, this order came from the higher-ups on artificial satellite. No. Can't you defy them somehow? We all tried to talk Nico out of staying, but he refused to abandon his spot. I mean, just tell him that we really need him. I mean, we got a murderer in school. We have no choice but to leave him behind. But it's already night and we are running out of time. We have to go now. I will be just fine, everybody. You see, there is no commanding officer at Last Academy right now. So if I open a dialogue with the higher-ups about this, they may reassign me there. Fine. Hurry up and do that dialogue thing with your superiors and come over as soon as you can, understand? We'll be waiting for you over there. Thank you, be careful. And so we had to part ways with Nico. After exchange of firm handshakes, we boarded the school bus. We decided to let Tsubasa drive as she had the most experience with vehicles. And
All
then
right, let's go.
she floored the accelerator and the bus peeled off. We made our way toward our base, Last Defense Academy. A short while after setting off, I started a conversation with 5 members of 2nd Academy.
First of all, I'm grateful that you decided to come with us. Am I also right to assume that you believed what I said?
What you said?
About coming back from the future?
It's too much of a coincidence to be made up.
What is more, you possess knowledge about us that we have revealed to none but ourselves.
We believe you only because it makes sense to, not because we want to.
I believe you, Takumi.
Thank you, everyone. You have no idea how glad this makes me. Because nobody in the other academy believes me at all.
Including those 2 over there?
The 5 of them turned to stare at Hiroko and Tsubasa.
You don't believe him? Can you not see the pureness in his eyes? His very soul itself!
Tell them, Moko.
Hmm.
They kept looking at Hiroko and Tsubasa in plain and disguised disgust. The 2 eventually caved under the weight of their collective stare.
Fine. I believe him.
What, you do? I guess I should too then.
Seriously, that's all it took? I held back from speaking my thoughts out loud. Their reasoning didn't matter as long as they believed me. In this, there were no more people who believed me than those who didn't. It made me feel more at ease after going through those terrible things yesterday. Oh my god, who killed Gakko? As the bus kept rumbling on, the pleasant swaying sensation made me so drowsy I almost fell asleep. Eventually, the sight of the wall of fire slowly came into view through windshield of the bus. Okay, and we are back. Oh, Mistress Hiroko, I am so glad you are safe and sound. I was so sure the serial killer would be coming back by himself. Give it a rest. Thank goodness you are both okay.
Hey!
What about me? By the way, are those guys with you? Nameless NPCs? Hello there, my name is Nozomi Kirifushi.
No!
I am Moko Mushiro, the apocalyptic maiden of destruction. Kiyoshika Magadori at your service. Hold your heads, peasants. I am Kurara Osuzuki, the great and powerful. And I'm Yugamu Omokage, teenage assassin, hopeless romantic, and all around nice guy. They are neither nameless nor NPCs. They are totally trying to assert themselves as main characters. We should introduce ourselves too. That's alright, we have already heard all about you on the bus. Well, that saves us a lot of time. What are we waiting for then? It's time to play some games where losers get to have their nails ripped off for shits and giggles. Wow, that sounds like my kind of fun. I'm not playing. We have a battle coming up tomorrow. Now that the introductions are over, we should rest up until then. You guys are really gonna fight together with us?
Yeah!
You know it.
Huh.
It is the very reason we have come here. But why would you help us? Why do you even need to ask? It's because we all have the same ultimate goal in mind. Ultimate goal? From here on, we just protect the baby in the defense room until day 100, right? Then the missiles he has been charging up will be launched in all directions. All the invaders will be wiped out, and that will be end of world death. But right before we shoot off in escape pod to join back with the rest of humanity on artificial satellite. Or so we have heard from Sir Takumi. I see no reason to say no. We make it through these 100 days and everyone's stories end happily. We are with you all the way. Okay, the palpable excitement of the 5 members from the second academy students stark construct to the sullen moods of those from this academy. I mean, we have lost Gaku. Also, I killed Eito. What's the matter? They are just feeling awkward because they have no intention of joining us for tomorrow's defensive battle. Whereas you guys will be sent into the battlefield as their substitutes, even though you are new here. Wait, aren't you joining the fight? I already explained on the way here why they do not trust Takumi's leadership. Oh, that whole time traveling thing? That's just a part of it. Gaku's murder played a bigger part. Right now, they all think Takumi did it. Excuse me, Sir Takumi is a killer? No, of course not. I didn't do it. Sir Takumi has spoken. What is your response? We already discussed this thing to death, but there's no proof yet. Proof of what? Proof of Takumi's innocence. Apprehending the real perpetrator is the best way to settle this. I'll believe you if you can do that. We went back to our rooms soon after our meeting to rest and recharge for tomorrow's defensive battle. This should be easy. I mean, we managed to defeat them with only 4 of us or something. As I flopped down onto the bed, I found myself whispering under my breath. The real perpetrator. Who could it be? That's right, I have to find and catch the real culprit. That was the only way I could regain the trust of those 5 and convince them to help with their battles again. It was also the quickest way. Imo was absolutely right, and there was another good reason. I wanted to avenge Gaku. He would never be able to rest in peace if I let the perpetrator get away. But how would I figure out who the real culprit was? Unlike Kako, I didn't have a detective bone in my body. I had a lot to think about. However, the trip to and from second to last defense academy had drained all my energy. I was swallowed by darkness of sleep before I could even think about my options. Well, how about going back in time? Just 3 days back. Day 7. Oh my god, this is gonna take my whole week.
Up and Atom troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for
okay,
your prepare. Be ready to
skip these. Okay, so Takamaru, Darumi, Shoma, Kako, and Ima aren't even going to come see us off. They won't be joining the battle. Why would they show up? I don't know. They can't at least cheer for us, right? Get them, guys. Go fight. Risk your lives for us because we don't want to. That doesn't sound like a very more boosting cheer at all. Anyway, when is the enemy gonna be showing up? Well, actually, we have brought the second team here, so that means there will be battles we didn't predict to happen. Anytime now. Remember what I told you in the boss yesterday about the commander's special traits. Yes, Sir Takumi. I have it all memorized. The alarm sounded immediately after he said that. Okay.
Intruder
Alert.
alert. Intruder alert. Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Let's go. They are here. Take the lead, Takumi.
Huh?
What? You are our leader, aren't you? Don't you have anything to say to your team before they head out into battle? Alright, is everyone ready? Ready when you are. The holy Jumanji sword is always ready. She ravenously longs to spill the blood of the wicked. I'm ready. I took a whole bunch of anti-news pills, so I made this using my own special formula. Efficiency guaranteed. Loosen up, Tsubasa, you'll be fine. You've got the apocalyptic maiden of destruction looking out for you now. Thanks, I trust you. Let's all work together out there. Humanity is counting on us. This isn't just for them, but for ourselves too. We fight for our future. Let's go. Alright. Get ready, guys. Alright, let the battle begin. Okay, we have everybody here. This should be easy. Oh, okay, wait a second, I have never played with Moko. I don't even know her skills. What's this? Okay, Mocha is well balanced between offense and defense and has great solo fighting abilities. Her special skills. Special wrestling gives her attack +1 for each attack received in previous turn. Okay, so we'll let her get beaten up. Okay, enemy in front of her. Okay, whoa, this is a cool skill. But not now. I think
2 arms!
2 arms, I guess. Yeah, this is better. Let's do this.
Let us begin.
Maybe not.
I've got this.
I've got this. Okay, who is the best option here?
Time for battle.
We don't need to use you.
2 arms!
Okay, let's use this.
Hiya!
Okay.
Leave it to me.
Nice. Should we do this? Nice.
2 arms! You've left yourself open! My apologies.
Okay, should be enough.
Just ring that bell. Kneel before me.
Crafted charge, right? Yeah.
You had this coming.
And my turn.
Not bad.
She will get lots of power right now. Okay, turret will work. You should be
Tag me
powerful. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Okay, destroy this guy.
Oh, bring it on.
Oh my god, she's so powerful. Alright,
Leave it to
what do
me.
we do? Okay, who's the best option?
Let's go.
Like this, maybe.
Ready when you are.
Nice.
All right.
This should be good enough.
2 arms!
Right.
Yeah!
He's
I've got
gone.
you! Onward! You've left
Oh,
yourself
okay.
open! I'm burnt out!
I'm good to go.
Okay, let's use this.
I can't wait.
Let's use this. And my turn. That's nothing.
I'm good whenever.
What's this? Well, that's movement to all allies. Ooh, that's a useful skill anyway.
I'm good to go.
Let's use this. Okay, what else?
Ready when you are.
I can't wait.
I can't wait.
Here we go.
Kill that guy.
Tag me in!
Okay.
My turn.
Yeah, good enough.
That's it.
And good Let's kill it right away.
I'm good to go.
Wave 1 ends.
We managed to clear out the minions.
Now we shall deal with the commander.
You mean that person over there?
Wait. Who's that?
On the edge of the battlefield watching us fight was a figure I didn't recognize.
Is that the commander you guys fought before?
No. That wasn't the one.
Hugo was right. I never saw that person during the whole of my previous 100 days. I had no idea who they were, but they were not a commander I had fought before, that's for sure.
Hey!
Okay.
Look! There's someone else over there! Is that the one then?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's the commander we faced our first day here. God of the planet, hear my plea and
Oh, yeah.
lend me thy
I can
strength.
understand now.
Blood of my bond release!
With dragon.
Paragon of order. I will run this time.
What do you mean this time?
I'm done running away. I have to stand and fight. All of you stand aside. If you don't, then in the name of order, I will strike you down.
Okay.
I will run.
Who is it? I can't understand him. What? I mean,
Little Black Riding Hood over there hasn't done anything, though.
Little Black Riding Hood?
See that black hood they're wearing? Name fits to a T.
who is that? Why is someone I have never seen before showing up all of a sudden? Did the timeline change?
Hey, Takumi! Stop staring off into space like some plebeian and start acting like a leader, why don't you?
Yes. Right. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the giant commander over there first.
Little Black Riding Hood can wait.
Understood.
Name is catchy. Okay. Okay. Annihilate enemy boss. This should be easy with, I don't know. Okay, oh my god, there's too many.
Just ring that bell.
What am I supposed to do here?
My turn.
Can you kill her?
Good to go.
I got this!
Okay, guess we don't
Let's
have...
go.
No, we do have access to this stuff.
Time to use
Alright,
it.
let's use it.
Let us begin.
Exploded mines. Okay, let's put it right there.
This should hinder them.
I'll take care of this!
Okay,
Unsightly beast!
okay. This should be enough.
Now then, to business.
To business. I wish God who was here, or his minigun was really useful.
It's my turn.
Okay, what do we do now? Okay.
All right, let's get started.
Let's kill that guy first.
Out of my way.
Nice.
Time to move. How's this? Now then, to business. Time to move. I'll put this to good use.
Okay.
Just ring that bell.
Okay. Let's use this. No. Let's wait. That's the end of my turn. Let's see what you've got. Okay.
Not bad.
Not bad. Right. Okay. Okay, turret is gone.
It's my turn.
Okay. Let's use this.
And stay down.
Nice.
Welcome, tag me in.
Now then, to business.
To business.
Die.
Do this.
Broken, so time to move. How's this?
Nice.
How
1
unsatisfied.
more AP. What now?
2 arms!
I can't wait.
It's my turn.
I guess we can use this. Alright.
My turn at last.
No, not this one.
I'm good to go.
Alright.
I'll kill them all! I'm dead tired.
That should be enough.
Locked and loaded.
Say when.
Here. Whatever. No.
Let us begin.
This should be enough.
Banzai! Leave it to me.
Let's use
2 arms!
agility potion.
Let's put this to use. Leave it to me.
Nice.
Flash! Let us begin. Banzai!
Okay, good enough.
I've got you!
Leave it to me.
Okay. They're dead.
Here we go.
Good idea.
Leave it to me.
I've got this.
Okay, let's use this.
There.
They're dead now.
I'm prepped and ready.
Use this. He's got shots.
I'll take care of this.
2 arms!
Okay, can I use this? Yeah. Nice.
Hiya! My apologies.
Okay, what's left?
Just ring that bell.
Just ring the bell, friend. And my turn. Boy.
Tag me in.
Okay, this would be great.
Pulverize him. It's my turn.
Agility potion.
Ah! Just ring that bell.
Nice.
Boom.
More
Look,
AP.
wins again.
Nice.
Now then, to business.
Business friend. Okay. Good. Yeah, this is better.
Out of my way.
Game power.
All right, let's get started. How's this?
Nice.
Broken so soon.
Broken so soon.
Ready whenever.
Agility.
Right here. My turn.
Okay.
I'll chop you to pieces. Balance. Now then, to business.
Okay. Where are you?
Out of my way.
Not a big deal.
It's my turn! Hoo-yah! Pulverize it! Just ring that bell!
Okay. He's left.
Time to move.
Okay. Yes.
I'm taking the wheel!
Yeah. Get rid of these.
Let's roll! Leave it to me!
Okay. Like this, right? But first.
Ready when you are!
Attack
Just
push.
a quick
I owe you
drop
one.
I'm taking the wheel! Watch out!
Okay.
We
It's
did
gone.
it!
Who's left? Nobody.
My turn. Time for battle.
That's bullshit.
I'll put this to good use. Now then, my turn.
Attack
Right
push.
here. Time for battle.
Oh my god, she's the bomb. Right.
Take this!
Okay, time for
Onward!
okay. Which one? Better, yes. Let's
This
do it.
is my true power! I leave the rest to you.
Now then, to
Friends.
put this to good use. Time for battle. How's this? This is bad. I can still fight. Right here. Don't underestimate me. I'll put this to good use.
Okay.
Locked and loaded.
Rescue, right?
All good!
You have my thanks. Leave it to me. Let us begin. 2 arms!
Okay.
Leave it to me.
Super skill again.
This is my true power! I'm going to stop that!
Leave it to me! Bring it on! It's my turn!
Alright, she can use it.
Hardly a challenge. Don't underestimate me. Out of my way.
I was careless!
No, don't get my turn just yet.
Time for action! I've got this! Here's one for them!
And my turn.
Such profound regret!
They've got some moves!
Okay, time to finish that.
I can't wait. I'll kill them all!
Whew, not yet!
Not yet.
I've still got some fight in me! Here's
Kill
what
it.
you all came to see!
Oh, this is the first time I've seen her. Whoa. I win. Is it me or enemy was much powerful this time?
I've returned!
I suppose we can talk to him before finishing.
We did it! We took down the commander! What about Little Black Riding Hood?
I looked around. The mysterious figure had disappeared at some point during the
Who
battle.
the heck was that anyway?
Mayhaps a passerby who was on their way to the convenience store?
How does a random passerby simply walk onto a highly secured compound like this?
While on the way to convention store at that,
More importantly, what should we do about the commander? He's not dead yet.
yeah, she was pointed to where Murrum lay on the ground, heavily injured but still breathing. What? You know his name? Yeah, right.
I think he's trying to say something.
Let me see.
Yugami knelt over the fallen commander. After a quick but surprisingly thorough examination, he spoke up again.
His vocal cords have been crushed. Someone must have hit him right in the throat.
So, he won't be able to talk then.
That's right.
Even if he could, it's not like we can understand their language.
That's not true. When he first showed up, he told us his name and stuff. Remember?
I am Mervum, the paragon of order. In the name of order, I will strike you down.
Nice impression.
That was what I heard.
He was the one who got struck down in the end. So, back to the topic at hand. What should we do?
What do we do?
Why are we even discussing this? We kill him and take his cryptoglobin.
Huh?
To survive to day 100, we must fight and win every single battle that is to come. And for that to happen, we must keep getting stronger.
I am of the same mind.
Take him out, Takumi. Make it quick.
They were all waiting for me to make the call. I hardened my resolve and nodded slowly. Oh my god, can't believe I'm doing this. Who should do it? Well,
Alright, I'll finish this one. Anyone else want a piece of me?
extermination complete. Okay, Mojo, okay, you know, the special effect went up and we gain more voltage. We have S. At night, the eight of us who had fought in the defensive battle held a small victory party in the cafeteria. What? Nobody's joining us, except this. Well, we discussed who deserved to be crowned MVP and who had the clueless looking finishing moves. Everyone talked and laughed pleasantly as we revived the battle together. Even though a fellow comrade had been killed just 2 days ago, the adrenaline rush of victory had us in high spirits. And then they showed up. Okay, no fighters are here. The 5 members who hadn't taken part in the battle. Hunger pangs got the better of your suspicions? Sorry, but we are not in the business of being imposers here. None of you did anything to contribute to this victory. Come on, don't be like that. It's just food. What's the big deal? We ain't here to poach your food. Then what are you here for? Just thought it wouldn't be right to not to even say thanks, you know. Thanks for what? Thank you for saving the academy and us. Yes, thank you. From the bottom of my worthless heart, thank you. There's no need to be so formal. I would rather hear you say you help us out in the next battle. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
We still think Mr. Sumino stinks to high heaven. We ain't gonna lift a finger to help until he can prove his innocence. You have to show us concrete proof that he wasn't the killer. Your stance hasn't changed since the last night. Basically, you want us to find the real murderer. Yes, that is, if you can find one, since Takumi may very well be the culprit. The party ended soon after we all went back to our rooms. When I did the same, I found someone waiting for me there. Nozomi or... What is this? Oh, it's the ghost boy. Hello, it's been a while. You, why? No, wait, I get it. You have clues to the identity of the real perpetrator who killed Gaku 2 days ago, and you are here to share them with me, right? Sadly, that's not what I'm here for. I'm aware that one of your friends, Gaku Maruko, was killed by someone. However, I wasn't there when it happened, so I didn't witness the crime. I'm far from omnipresent. While I'm able to move instantly to any location I have in mind, I don't have full knowledge of everything that goes on in this academy. That's too bad. What are you actually here for then? To inform you of something. I'll keep it short. I'm not feeling very well right now. Not feeling very well? In what sense? Right, you can't tell because I'm in this form. Basically, I'm sick. How did that happen? There is a particular space known as blood space in this world. It's a distinct space filled with cryptoglobin energy. However, a malicious aura from the future has been seeping into a certain part of that space. My true form, the baby, is being badly affected by that aura. You are aware of the baby's body is also filled with cryptoglobin energy, right? That's why the malicious aura is also encroaching on the baby's body. I'm sorry, what exactly are you trying to say? I was going to say that. To put it simply, a source of evil intent from this timeline is invading the baby's body. That leaves me more confused than ever. Then what should I do? What can I do to help? Can I bring the baby some medicine? Wait, if a malicious aura is causing this, I shouldn't be bringing an exorcist, right? The only cure is to solve the case in the future that's causing this. The case in the future? Now, what happened to Gaku? Not what happened to Gaku 2 days ago. I did mention the malicious aura is coming from the future, didn't I? Solving the case that produces that aura is the cure to this disease. When all is settled, the baby's body should make a full recovery? Yes. This also means I won't be able to show myself to you for a while. That's what I want to tell you today. So I won't be able to talk to you for a while. Please don't look so sad. This isn't goodbye forever. It's just you must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. Then we will be able to see each other again. I'm counting on you. With that, the ghost boy disappeared from sight. A future case?
Hey!
What case though? Wait, does that mean there's going to be another murder? No, wait. No, he didn't mention anything about the case being a murder case. I prayed that it wouldn't be about something completely different. I never wanted to see something like that again. Day 8. Days of accumulated stress and fatigue finally got to me, and I ended up sleeping through the morning like a log. When I finally woke up, it was afternoon. In fact, the sun was already sinking into the horizon toward the west. That was the exact moment the shrill sound of sirens blasted all around me. What, another attack? The sound immediately dispelled the heavy fog clouding my brain.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school ground. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
What? Why now? The enemy just came yesterday. Are they attacking us 2 days in a row? It's only day 8. The next battle should have been on day 17. Remember, you brought here the second team. The timeline was changing for some reason. It was starting to spiral completely out of control. I'm gonna destroy you. I love this animation. I had better get over the boredom. I rushed frantically up my room. Oh, Takumi, now you show up. Everyone else is already here. Sorry, I came as quickly as cool. Everyone as in everyone who took part in the battle yesterday, in case you misunderstood. The frightened 5 won't be showing up today either, I assume. Are you still harping on that? We must go out and meet the enemy forces immediately, certainly. Yes, of course, let's do this. Initiate defensive battle. Time to step ourselves. Right, I remember this enemy. We need to kill her in all three of them in one trip. Okay. Okay, one command. What should we do?
Now then, to business.
I'll put an end to this.
Okay, 6 action points. Wow, that's cool. Alright.
I'm good to go.
Okay, let's do this first. Alright.
Bring it on! Boom!
Okay. Stay on the way.
Here we go.
Air bullet. Nice.
Take this! Got it! Say when! There! I've got this! That's it! All right!
Okay, good enough.
Locked and loaded. Taking the shot.
Take the shot.
And good to go. I've got this. I'll set it up.
3 AP left.
My turn at last.
Okay.
See what correctness looks like. I've got this. You insect. Make way. I'll take care of this. Make way. You'll go no further.
Ready whenever. My turn. Right here.
And my turn. Okay, let them come in. Okay, not good. Not good.
I'm exhausted.
It's our turn now.
Ready whenever.
Let's kill this guy.
I'll chop you to pieces. Now then, to bit. How's this? Broken so soon.
And then he's defeated.
Tag me in!
How much? Four, right?
It's my turn! Tag me in!
Okay, let's kill it, bro. But yes.
And stay down! Move, just ring that bell!
Okay,
Too
look
tough
for
for
it.
you! It's my turn!
Should we do this? I'm not sure, let's wait. Who's left here?
Locked and loaded. Leave it to me.
Back
This should
portion.
slow them down. I'm good whenever.
Right.
Out of the way! Ready when you are. Don't try to stop me. We do!
Nice. 4 AP left.
My turn. Time for battle.
Time for the battle. Who's left? Who's left?
Bring it on!
Okay, should I try killing this guy? Yeah, let's do it.
Boom!
3 should hold it.
Tag me in!
My turn.
Agility potion.
I'll put this to good use. Time to move.
Like this. Yeah.
Out of my way. My turn. Take this.
Good enough, I think. 1 AP left. Who should we use that? Yes, we can end our turn.
How about this?
I barely have any strength left.
Okay.
Knock that.
It's our turn. Alright.
Just ring that bell! It's my turn!
Okay.
This'll do the trick! Just ring that bell! Tag me in!
Smash. Okay, fight. Can't kill it now.
All right. Let's
This can
get
also
started.
Kill.
Onward!
Can you kill? Yeah.
Leave it to me.
And there's nobody, right? Yeah, there's nobody.
Let us
Just
begin.
kill.
I leave the rest to you.
And he's gone.
Now then, to business. Out of my way.
Okay. Last commander.
Just ring that bell! Boom!
Wave 1 end.
Time is money, and they've certainly wasted a lot of mine.
I can already feel the nice worm shower waiting for me.
Careful. The battle isn't over yet. Look over there.
What is this? Oh yeah. Wave 1 commander.
The paragon of virtue! You filthy little creatures are an affront to God and his teachings! Merely I must eliminate you before this infection spreads!
Okay.
Hear me!
What do we do now? Whoa. Even masked guy is here.
Is that Little Black Riding Hood?
Was the convenience store closed?
Went there yesterday, found it closed, and they're now on their way back. Is that the story you've written for them? How far is this store?
Ignore Little Black Riding Hood and focus on dealing with Pakron first.
Got it?
Okay, annihilate enemy boss. Okay, that's a lot of HP. And what do we do? I should let.
And good to go.
stronger enemies right now.
Pulling the trigger!
Nice.
Got it!
Say when.
Let them come first. Best option here now is the bat.
I'm good whenever! Leave it to me!
Attack portion.
Just a quick dropout. I'm taking the wheel!
Nice.
Hi-ya! Let's leave it to me! Take this!
Nice.
Ready when you are!
Okay, kill it.
Don't
Like
try
that.
to stop me! We did it!
Okay, one more AP. Now what? I have no idea what's his power.
Kneel before me! This is what you deserve! I got this! Uncouth baboon! My turn at last!
Okay,
Time to move.
no defense.
Right here.
Should hold it. 3 AP, right?
Let's get to the killing. This'll do.
Let's leave it there. I'll let them know. Let them come. Okay. Good.
Let's do this.
Carefully, right? Maybe. What now? Not now.
Bring it on!
Bring it on. How about this?
Over! It's my turn! Tag me in! Ha-ha! Just ring that bell!
Nice.
Boom! Loco! It's my turn!
I'm good to go.
Come on.
Such a beautiful death.
Such a beautiful death. What's going on? Not sure.
Time for battle. Die! Oh, unsatisfied. Now then, to business.
I'll take care of this!
Kill it.
Stop! Is that all you've got?
My turn.
Okay, explode devs.
I'll put this to good use. Time to move.
Maybe, are we sure about this?
Now then, to business.
Okay, no, first let's get rid of these.
2 arms!
Like this, right? Yeah, that's better.
Nen! Let us begin. Yeah! I'm burnt out!
right?
I got this!
Where should I put this? Yeah, that's better.
I'm going all out! I've more than earned a break.
My turn.
Alright. We're finished here. Okay, let's
Say when!
Whenever you're ready. I'm prepped and ready.
yeah. Okay, should be
Ready when you are!
okay, kill them all.
One last strike!
Whoa,
Take care
changed.
of the rest.
Ready as I'll ever be. I've got your back.
Thanks.
Nice.
My turn. Ready when you are.
Yeah, great. Wait,
I'm good to go.
what's this? Yeah, I see.
Say
Kill
when.
them with hail blade.
Ha! Let's do this.
Alright.
Now then, to business. Ready whenever. Right here. Time for battle. Time to move.
End our turn? Or what?
All right,
Can't do it.
let's get started.
That's nice.
Ready whenever. Out of my way.
Nice.
Now then, to business. I'll put this to good use.
And my turn. Nice. Nice.
All right, let's get started. How's this?
Nice.
Ready whenever. All right, let's get started. Time to move.
The best stance.
Now then, to business. Ready whenever. My
Just
turn.
Attack
Right
force.
here. Now then, to business. Done! Time for battle. Chop you to pieces.
Chop it to pieces.
My turn. Done! Now then,
What's left?
chop you to pieces. Time to move. Out of my way. Ready whenever. Chop you to pieces. Time for battle.
Finish her.
Out of my way.
God, why?
Wave 2 ended.
Well, that was surprisingly easy.
The Holy Jumanji sword has not had her fill.
Holy Jumanji?
The Holy Jumanji sword!
We still have to deal with them.
Nozomi pointed to where the figure he had duped, Little Black Riding Hood, stood. They began walking to us with slow deliberation, then they pulled back their hood, revealing...
The Supreme Commander. It was her all along.
Who?
The one who's leading the invader army, remember? I told you guys about her before.
After that, the Supreme Commander brought her hand up to her mask.
Among my people, I am known as Veshness, the paragon of hope.
You're vexed about your looks, therefore the mask?
No, I am not.
But you're so much uglier than I am!
Not the best line to spout in this day and age.
More importantly,
how is it you can understand us?
Ah, I see. So you know nothing either. To think I came all this way to scope out the reason behind the change.
What change?
The change that took place several days ago. All of a sudden, my soldiers started gaining immense power.
that explains why they were too powerful than I remember.
At the same time, we became capable of understanding your language.
We looked at each other in confusion. Kiyoshika was the one who spoke up.
Her words confound me, but she would be the chief villain, yes? Should we be able to defeat her, will this war not end immediately? Well then...
That's right! We can end this right here and now!
Such interesting creatures. I had intended to stick to the appointed days and let you entertain me. And well, I suppose picking off 2 or 3 right now matters not in the grand scheme of things.
Is that a challenge? If so, you're on!
She slowly started walking to us, getting closer and closer with each ambling step. But before I could do anything...
Hold your horses!
Takemaru!
Why are you?
I was watching y'all fight from the rooftop. That ignited a spark in me. And before I knew it, I was here.
Okay, without waiting for the reply, Takemaru turned to face the Supreme Commander.
Hey! You said your name was Veshness or something? Ain't fair for us all to gang up on you. So how about a one-on-one with me?
Takemaru, that's not a good idea!
Shut up, Marshmallow Face!
Marshmallow?
If you insist, you shall be given an express ticket to the River Styx, where I suppose you could apply to serve as a boat rower.
Save that ticket for yourself, bitch! I hope you packed your bikini. Oh wait, it just fall right off your flat chest, huh? It's you or me, Veshness!
Takemaru hurled toward Veshness on his bike, but the very next moment, she unleashed a powerful side kick that sent him flying. She immediately leapt into the air, switched her sword to her other hand, angled it at the fallen Takemaru as she dropped down. Ugh. When I next opened my eyes, what I saw was the sky. What I felt was a searing pain across my back. I heard the gurgling sound of cryptoglobin gushing out of my body from a wound.
Takumi? Why did you...
Oh no, I remember. My body had moved before my brain did, and it made its way to where she would have landed. I had thrown myself over Takemaru to shield him before from the blade she had pointed at him.
Self-sacrificing acts are such mood dampeners.
You motherfucker!
That strike just confirmed my suspicions. Watching paint dry is going to be more fun than fighting you in your current state. Like kicking a helpless puppy. What is the point of that? I shall grant you the gift of time. Use it well, and gain more power. Perhaps you shall be able to provide more entertainment the next time we meet. Until then...
She's so arrogant.
One more thing. I will be taking Pakron's body back with me, lest you desecrate it like you did with Mervrum's corpse the other day.
Desecrate?
You absorbed his cryptoglobin. That is an insult of the highest order amongst our people. Never will I allow it to happen again. Farewell.
The sound of her footsteps faded away, and I heard heavy stomping, getting closer as the others ran over
Takumi!
to me.
Sir Takumi! Are you okay? Stay with us.
This should prove I'm not the culprit.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be fine.
Takumi?
Takumi!
Takumi!
Alright, MVP. D? Seriously? Alright. Day 21. What? How many days passed when I escaped to Nozomi was right in front of me. It was pitch black and she didn't seem to notice I was awake.
Nozomi.
I called out to her softly in response. She... What? I leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scattered frantically around the room a few times before finally coming to a stop, and then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. You sure you should be doing that? What do you mean? Your injuries were so severe you've been out for 13 days? That means today is... yeah, it's day 21. What time is it? Almost time for next nighttime announcement to play, I think. What a horrible time to wake up. I doubt I can fall back asleep now. That's what you are worried about? What are you doing here anyway? Nursing you back to health. For 13 days? No, we've been taking turns. It just happened to be my turn today. I see. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Wait, I need to go tell everybody you are awake. She dashed out of the room immediately after that. Is she going to call everyone here? This room is not nearly big enough for that. Decided to get up and go meet the others instead. A short while later, everyone else came running over frantically. No, not everyone. Only Takamura the 8 who had joined the battle on day 8. Takumi. Takumi. Sir Takumi. How are you feeling? At Tsubasa's question, Yugamu marched close and started poking and prodding at various parts of my body. Eventually, he's good. All is well. You, Takumi's back in business. You deserve a little belt for this. Nice going. What a relief. Everyone started loudly, expressing how happy they were to see me back. We were seriously considering killing you if you didn't wake up for another 3 days. What? The revival magic could have brought you back to life in full health, but none of us wanted to be the one to do the deed. And don't forget, if there's no battle, the revival magic won't bring me back. That's why we waited to see if you would recover by yourself. Okay, I'm glad that worked out. My lips turned upward into a smile. Where's everyone else? I told them you had woken up, but they didn't want to come with me. Had lost people, no heart. Perhaps, mayhaps, they are still of the option that Sir Takumi is a killer. Nobody else got killed after that one incident, right? It has to be because the real culprit has already found a way outside the wall of fire. That's one possibility. However, this fact also adds another case against him. Nobody got killed when Takumi was unconscious. Therefore, Takumi is the killer. That's very likely what the others are thinking. I can't believe this. I shook my head helplessly. Didn't matter. I decided to just put them out of my mind. For now. The more important thing is what happened in the within 13 days I was out. Were there any enemy attacks? Only one on day 15? The 8 of us fought them off. She showed up in that battle as well, but we blew her to Kingdom Come with the undying flame bomb crafted by Lady Tsubasa. Whoa, that's incredible. Beating her with just the 8 of you? Everyone had a proud smile on their face. Wait, that means Takamaro fought too? Do you even need to ask? You really thought I would just fold my hands and stay on the sidelines after what you did? So you are no longer suspicious of me? For now, I believe you. Sorry about before, by the way. Thanks for doing that for me on day 8. You seriously saved my life. It's fine. Also, we need to tell you about Nigo. Huh? What happened to him? It's most unfortunate. Nigo, he's gone. What? Why? He got worried, so we went to second to last defense academy to check on him. But the school had been completely destroyed and Nigo's remains were lying in the debris. We recovered a memory chip with an envelope that Tsubasa decrypted for us. Turns out Nigo self-destructed. Self-destructed? Just like before? He did it to create a massive explosion and kill the invaders during an attack. Oh no. I have a suspicion. The loss of Sirei, his superior office, may have played a part in that destruction as well. Nigo was really attached to that Sirei guy after all. It may have been his plan all along to remain behind and follow him in death. I don't think he would abandon us. Nigo was such a nice guy, his loss will be greatly felt. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the air, though it didn't last long. It was broken by the sound of usual nightmare announcement.
You never know when the... Well then.
Okay, let me skip these. And then a few seconds later. What the? Give us a break.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school ground. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
I love this. I literally just woke up from a coma. They sure know how to pick their time. That is exactly why you will be sitting this one out. I can't just stop it. We'll be fighting hard enough to make up for it. Stay snug in bed. Something? Balance? No, I'm fighting too. Why are you being so stubborn?
Hey!
Because I'm the leader of the Special Defense Unit. Come on, to the war room. I immediately started running. Wait, Takumi, for goodness sake. Everyone here? Then let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out. What is this? Autobots, move out. By the way, I don't get free time. Battle start. Okay, annihilate all enemies. I think there's no sign of enemy commander. Okay, 1, 2, what about this side? Okay, no one is attacking this side. Okay, good enough. Right. How should we go like this? Probably we should let them come. What? This party can start, I think.
Full throttle!
Full throttle. If this.
2 arms!
2 arms. Let's do this. Nice.
Let us begin.
Kill them all. Let's
My
see.
apologies.
One of the best.
Locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded. One, two, three, right?
Let's get to the killing.
Nice.
I'm good to go.
Nice.
This hurts.
Yeah, gone.
I can't wait.
Yes, no need for. Okay. This place is clean. What should we do?
My turn.
No, let's just
I've got this.
explosive.
Time to use it.
Just ring that bell.
Wait. In my turn. Let them come. Nothing important.
It's my turn.
Okay. Like this. Maybe.
Bring it on.
Time to move. Die! My turn. I'll chop you to pieces. Broken so soon.
Here we go.
Tag me in.
Nice.
Pulverize. Bring it on. Smash.
Smash.
Loco wins again.
Time to move. Take this! Ready whenever. Alright, let's get started.
Let's get
Ready
started.
whenever.
Fast then.
Now then, to business.
Kill
Die.
this guy.
Oh, ready whenever. Out of my way.
Nice.
Alright, let's get started. Die!
Die already.
Broken so soon.
Okay, 5 AP left. Who's left here?
Let's get to the killing. You make a lovely corpse.
You make a lovely corpse. Okay. Just
Say when.
here, whatever. But like this. Yeah.
Take that.
Nicely done. Okay.
Leave it to me.
Use this on them.
I've got you.
Good to go.
And you're finished.
Has your lust for blood and battle been satisfied, my holy Jumanji sword?
She's doing it again.
No, I need a lot more than this. Give me more blood.
She have never did this before.
Huh, I didn't know the holy Jumanji sword talked like that. I'm more concerned about where the commander is.
They couldn't have only sent those minions. The commander must be lurking somewhere.
Yeah, it must be somewhere. Okay, I remember these. I wish Eito was here.
Oh my! What is all the smoke?
Smoke? Or maybe poison gas?
It's just mist, guys. M-I-S-T.
Fine water droplets floating in the air that's harmless to the human body.
Wait, I remember this mist. The person hiding behind it should be...
Okay. I see them right now. Okay, we should definitely let them come to us. or I can
Now then, to
center
business.
like this, right?
Time to move. I'll chop you to pieces. Now then, to business. Take this.
There she's down.
My turn.
Wow.
Now then. All right. Let's
Feel
get.
like a potion.
I'll put this to good use. Time for battle. How's this? Time to move.
Let's use this.
Take this. Broken. Now then, to business. All right. Let's get started. Right here. Now then, to business. How's this? Time for battle. Take
Kill
this.
it. Wave to end.
Yay! The mist is gone! I can see everything clearly now. Look over there! Is that?
Hey,
Yes.
Commander.
That's the commander for this battle.
Here we go.
Quack. And he appears. I use this. Play defensive or
My turn.
skill.
Time for battle.
Dash.
Time to move. Now then, to business. All right. Let's get started. Ready whenever. Time to move. I'll chop you to pieces. Ready whenever. Out of my way. Balance sap. My turn.
I don't know what to do.
Time to move. Ready whenever. Time for battle. Time to move. Now then, time to move. Now then, ready whenever.
Let's use defensive stand.
My turn. Time to move.
Alright.
Show me your insides.
Nice.
Broken so soon.
Okay.
Say when.
Okay.
Locked and loaded.
Dash.
I'll catch you up.
I owe you one.
Nice.
Time for battle. Now then, to business. Time to move. Time for battle. My turn. Time for battle.
Okay, this will kill them all. So I just
All right, let's get started. My turn. Take this. Time for battle. My turn. Show me your insides.
Right.
Don't let up.
Okay, she's too far right now.
And good to go.
Let's get ballot. Too bad, can't use it right now. Anyway, let's go back here. How things are here?
I'm taking the wheel.
I'm taking the wheel.
Leave it to me. This should slow them down. I'm good whenever. Out of the way. Ready when you are. Let's roll.
Nice.
Let's keep it up.
I'm good to go.
What's this?
Stinks, doesn't it? Time for me to move.
Nice.
Such a beaut. I'm good to go.
Nicely done. 3 left.
Just ring that bell.
3 left. 3 left.
I can't wait. Time for me to move.
I kill it.
Locked and loaded.
I can kill it like this.
Out of the way. We
Okay.
just leave it to me.
Who's left? Okay, 3 left. Yeah, let's let them wait.
Whenever you're ready. Leave it to me.
Kill it.
Here's one for Cap. Locked and loaded. All good.
Thanks. Ready whenever. Die! How unsatisfied. Time for battle.
3 right.
Time to move.
Thanks.
Ready whenever.
Kill this
Take
guy.
this! Broke it. Time for battle. My turn. Out of my way.
And my turn. That's the thing.
Time to move. Take this! How unsatisfying.
Here we go.
Here, Blade, wait. Might be like this. Yeah, I should have tried it then.
Take that!
Okay. It's gone. Only one small guy there.
Onwards!
Okay, let's do it like this. Right?
Let's get to the killing.
Alright. Won't reach it in time, so don't have to worry about it.
I can't wait.
Okay, can you take bleed? Okay, yeah. Can
Time for me to move.
What? I can't talk it. Okay.
I'm taking the wheel. Let's roll.
And my turn. That's nothing. My god. This smoke. What's that? I have no idea about.
Now then, to
You
business.
can take them, right?
I'll chop you to pieces. All right, let's out of my way. Broken, so my turn. Time for battle. Ready when at my turn.
Okay, let's use the best.
Time to move.
What the? Dash.
My turn. Take this.
Yes.
Now then, die. How unsatisfying.
Oh yeah, she was there all along.
Let us begin.
Let's get to the killing.
Let's give it to him.
That's nothing.
Locked and loaded!
Deep damage.
They're gonna hear this engine roar!
Onward. I believe that this is a predicament.
Okay, my turn.
It's just splash bad.
Not good.
Leave it to me.
Dash.
Thanks.
I'm good to go. I'll patch you up. I owe you big.
Fatigue.
Ready as I'll
Go.
ever be.
Dash. Okay.
I've got this.
I'm not finished yet.
That ain't nothing.
Okay.
Setting it up.
Whenever you're ready. I've got you.
You saved my ass.
I'll put an end to this. This is what you deserve!
Oh my god. Not again. Okay. I guess she needs to
Time to move. Ready whenever.
do it like this.
My turn.
All right, let's get started. I'll chop you to pieces.
Nice.
My turn.
Okay. Kill them all.
Show me your insides. Broken so soon.
Hauling ass.
Let's do this. This wasn't a good idea.
I've got this. All good. Thanks for the help.
Thanks.
Leave it to me. Hi-ya!
deal damage.
Locked and loaded. I've got you.
Save my ass!
I owe you. I got this! How could you be so careless?
And Michael.
Hey! Full throttle!
Ready when you are. Locked and loaded. Just a
Attack.
quick drop out. Ready when you are.
I'm prepped and ready. Locked and loaded.
Hauling ass! Rev it up! Heads up!
I appreciate the help.
Let's give it to him! Hauling ass!
I'm taking the wheel.
Full throttle!
Leave it to me. I've got your back.
Saved my ass!
I owe you.
And my turn.
Ow! I owe you.
Rev it up! Hauling ass! Setting it
I
up!
appreciate the help.
Full throttle! Rev it up! Full throttle! Shit!
Ready as I'll ever be. I'll help.
Save my ass!
Ready when you are.
6.
Let's do this!
7.
Bring it on. Leave it to me. I'm good whenever. Let's ride.
Let's freaking rev it up!
No.
Hauling it! Let's give it to him! I'll smoke him!
Ooh, finally.
I'm here once more! Whew! Victory is ours this time.
That was a tricky enemy.
What are we gonna do with her?
Everyone turned to look at the commander.
Please, don't kill me. My name is Ava, the paragon of nature.
Ava?
I didn't know why, but I felt like I had heard that name before.
Please, spare me, for the love of God.
Eva brought her hand up to her mask. Yeah, this is... You know her. It's the prisoner. And then a swift, smooth movement took it off.
The same as Vashnas.
She looks just like a human.
No need to pay her appearance any mind.
What? Why?
Because she is to be executed.
No, 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 no. Spare me. Please. Please don't kill me. I'll be useful. I can give you lots of intel. I'll give you anything. Just please, spare me.
So the lady insists. Any thoughts?
A dramatic bluff if I have ever seen one. Any intel she provides is bound to be full of fabrications.
No, I would never. I only speak the truth.
I think we should kill her too.
Why?
Surely you understand why we would hesitate to trust the words of the enemy.
You'll say something sweet to suck up to us, and then turn around and betray us the first chance you get.
You're all being so awful. Why won't anyone believe me?
Eva kept pleading with us, her face filled with a woeful expression. Yuko glanced at her scornfully before speaking up again.
Takumi, you're the leader, so you decide.
At that moment, I could suddenly feel extra eyes on me. I traced the source of the sensation to the rooftop, where I could see the 4 other members: Darumi, Shoma, Ima, and Kako. Killing Eva now would make them even more wary of me. After all, their suspicions were rooted in the fact that I had killed Eito. If I did the same thing now, that would undoubtedly cement their image of me as a heartless killer in their minds. I wanted to avoid giving them that impression. No, to be honest, even if those 4 hadn't been watching.
Please, I beg of you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
I could never kill someone so earnestly pleading for her life. It just wasn't right. I felt ashamed for even allowing myself to consider deciding the fate of another person through calculating what would benefit me the most. So I looked into the eyes of everyone present and said,
Let Ava live. We'll imprison her here and interrogate her later.
You gotta be shitting me.
You truly believe that to be the best path?
Yes,
I think you will regret this.
I won't. Because I'll hold myself fully responsible for making it work.
Very well. Our leader has spoken.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Leader, your name is Takumi, if I remember correctly. I can't thank you enough for this. From the bottom of my heart.
Eva was choking on her own words, babbling her eyes out. The next instant, an intense pain through my back. Forcing myself to join the battle when I hadn't fully healed had reopened the wound. Sharp pain shot up my spine. I crumbled to the ground, unable to exert any strength at all. A hazy veil hung over my mind, blocking me from making out what the others around me were saying. Slowly slipped into sweet, silent serenity. Right. Battle results. S. Day 24.
Up and Adam troops, time to rise and shine. Get ready for your 24th day.
Okay,
Prepare
let's
to
skip
be
this.
ready to give you.
I woke up to the familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time she noticed right away that I was awake and leaped to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scouted practically around the room, even longer than the last time before finally coming to a stop again. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before setting up. Why are you so surprised? Didn't this exact same thing happen before? But you were out for 13 days the last time. It's only been a little more than 2 days this time. Can you blame me? That means today is day 24. What time? Well, I guess I don't need to ask. The morning announcement just played. Nozomi nodded. Are you feeling better now? I'm fine. Stop putting on an act, okay? Remember what happened during last defensive battle. I do, as long as I don't force myself to fight like that day. I'll be fine. See? Really? Yeah. Despite my confident reply, Nozomi still seemed unconvinced. By the way, what happened to Eva after I passed out? Well, she refused to tell us anything. What? But she promised to give us intel if we spared her life. We reminded her about that promise as well, but then she said, I'm not going to tell you anything because the offer to share intel was made to Takumi, your leader, not you. Well, and that's why she is refusing to say anything until you can go talk to her, I guess. Damn it, what is she trying to pull? Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where the other 7 who had fought in the battle 3 days ago were gathered. It's a nice day for Kako. When they saw me, there was a lot of shouting, squealing, cheering and happy noises as they congratulated me on my recovery, although it felt a little more subdued than their reactions 3 days ago. Then again, I did wake up from a 13-day coma that time. Still, the celebration went on for quite a while. I ate my first meal. Though it's only for now, in a long time while being surrounded by their warm and welcoming voices. I went back to my room for a break. Now then, there was really no question on what I was going to do next. I have to find out who Gaku's real killer is. I didn't believe the real killer was one of us. That meant I had to find a way to prove that the killer was someone from outside the school. In any case, if I could prove my innocence, I could regain the trust of her or holdouts. Then they will join the future battles. Guess I should start investigating. Decided it was time to pay everyone a visit and ask questions. Can I use this? No, too bad. Okay. Hiroku and Yugamu, what are you doing, guys? Nothing questionable. I just always feel calmer when next to dead bodies. That is extremely questionable if you ask me. I do not know why, but I just found myself wanting to come. Normal people find themselves wanting to come to a morgue. It's a lot less questionable than coming to morgue to feel calmer next to dead bodies. Even I can agree with that. Yugamu put his hand over his mouth and giggled. What about you? I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. I see, so you are here to re-examine the corpse. I doubt there's anything new to discover. Yeah, but it wouldn't hurt. And there's nothing else to do. With that, I started investigating Gaku's dead body again. I didn't make any new discoveries, just like Hiroka said. What was the cause of death? Hemorrhagic shock. How about the murder weapon? Foot-long blade. The shape of wound seemed to indicate a kitchen knife of sorts. Have you found the knife? Not yet. Why yeah? Wait a minute. Why is Yugamu suddenly acting all detective-like? I'm just curious. Don't mind me. He's cooking something, that's for sure. Let me see. You already told us the estimated time of death when we were at second to last defense academy. Yes, between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Before you asked, I was sleeping in my room at that time. What about you, Yugamu? What? What were you doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5? Is that relevant to case? I'm just trying to cover all the bases, please. Needless to say, I was in my room at second to last defense academy during that period of time. Perhaps I should say I was in dreamland, or I was sleeping like the dead. Right. Why do you ask? Because you hesitated to say it out loud, then I will do so on your behalf. Because you are an assassin, Yugamu. Oh yes, that's certainly a reason to be suspicious. However, I am much chugger, whatever that is. I do not revel in meaningless murder. Indiscriminate killing goes against my personal code. An assassin with the code. There's always the possibility that Gaku was someone special to you. Impossible. I have never met this Gaku when I was alive. Of course, I have no evidence to back that statement up. All I can do is plead for you to believe my words. I trust you. I didn't hesitate to answer because I had seen Yugamu and Gaku's relationship in the previous timeline. There was just no way they had met each other before this. His statement about not killing meaninglessly was quite possibly true as well. In the previous timeline, Yugamu never killed any of his allies, never showed any indication that he wanted to. Your trust in me is heartening. He smiled a little as he said that. Well, I guess I'm done here then. Thanks for listening to me. Okay, this was pointless. After thanking them, I turned around and left. Fastest way. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Listening to the calming sound of running water and trying to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Comfortable, huh? What about you? Oh, actually, I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. Well, that's got nothing to do with us then, right? That Marco kid was killed here between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Both of us were at second that day. Just in case, second as in second to last defense academy. The whole thing is too long to keep repeating, so I shorted it. Thank you. We have also taken to calling this place first. Although its official name is the Last Defense Academy, shortening it to last sounded strange, so we settled on number 1 instead. Got it. Thanks for explaining. Hey, are you suspecting us? Of course not. Actually, it's not completely impossible for one of us from Second Academy to have done it. What? Any of us could have used the school bus to travel to and from here overnight. Oh, now that you mention it. Bedtime is at 11 p.m. Someone could have set it off at midnight. After everyone else had fallen asleep, if they pushed the bus to its limits, it would have taken about 3 hours to get here, putting their time of arrival at around 3 a.m. If they took only 30 minutes to finish the job, they could have left first school by 3:30 a.m. and returned to second at around 6:30 a.m. just before the morning announcement at 7 a.m. Also, someone from second coming here wouldn't have triggered the wall of fire intruder alert. That's true, but wait, and you're telling me this as members of second yourself? Sorry for shouting my mouth out like that. Just, the incident doesn't quite feel as real to me because I've never met the victim. Just in case, I asked them what were they doing between 11 and 7 p.m. 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. on day 5 and 4. And as I had expected, the answers were the same. I was sleeping like a log in my room. Me too. Okay, this is going nowhere. Why are we... Yeah, he's the real suspects. Where are you guys doing here? What are you guys doing here? At my question, the 4 of them tensed up and looked at each other. Nothing in particular. We were just bored, that's all. There are lots of things we can use to relieve our boredom here. After hearing their reply, I informed them that I was investigating Gaku's murder case. They were taken aback. What, are you out of your mind? Gaku was killed in early morning on day 5. Almost 20 days have passed since then. Right now. Because you guys said you wouldn't trust me until I sniffed out the real culprit, remember? Does that mean you are suspicious of us? I didn't say that. It's actually much better if I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are all innocent. The more people we can confirm our innocence, the sooner we can prove that the killer had never been one of us to begin with, right? I see your point, but I'm afraid that will be difficult to accomplish. Why? Nobody from Group 1 has a a decent alibi. Group 1 as in original members of Last Defense Academy. Whereas Group 2 refers to 5 members from second to the Last Defense Academy. Wait, Sister Dearest, but you and I have ironclad alibis. Because we were sleeping together in the same room, that doesn't hold any water from an objective point of view. It's just as Hiroko said. The testimony of a sibling doesn't count. What is this? Miss Amimia, you are distrustful of us too? Who said that? You were jumping the gun here. What if we looked at possible motives? Motives? Like, is there anyone among you who had something against Gaku? Takuma, are you really expecting someone to say yes to a question like that? Besides, as Mr. Kinzaki mentioned just now, Mr. Maruko was killed in the early morning on day 5. At that point, we had only known each other for 4 days, hardly enough time to develop a grudge deep enough to stab someone that many times over. And that's the truth. Yeah, I guess. Okay, that's why I believe there's no point trying to solve this case by looking at motives. The murder was carried out by a lunatic. That's the only way for it to make any sense. Which means the prime suspect would be the craziest lunatic of us all. The man, the myth, the meme himself, Takuma.
Hey!
Why me? Because you killed Mr. Atsuki so easily, just like that. And without any proof, How many times do I have to explain? He betrayed us in another future, and that's why. Would you say that to the police? Would that even hold a in a court of law? I killed him to stop him from carrying out a crime in the future. Does that sound like a good defense to you? It was the same old argument that wasn't worth repeating, so I didn't bother continuing. I simply sighed deeply. I shook my hand and left. Okay, now what? Tsubasa, I get. What? But what are you doing here, Takamaru? Because she said she wants something cool. Duh, what is it? There was a box of junk inside this garage. I looked at it, looked through it, and found this. What is that? It's a voice changer. See that patch thing on the tip of the cable? Stick it to your throat and you can use it to really change your voice to anything you like. You can make it go higher, lower, or smooth as butter. Also, if you have a sample voice recording that's long enough, you can make yourself talk with that voice too. Isn't it cool? Sure, but what is it even doing here? I don't know. Maybe whoever used this place last left it behind. Who will that be? How the heck will I know? What are you doing here, Takumi? Alright, I am investigating. Investigating Gaku's murder, huh? Then you are looking in the wrong place. We don't have anything new to share. We were all fast asleep in our rooms when he died. We couldn't have possibly seen or heard anything or anyone suspicious. Any personal guesses, like, do you know if anyone had a grudge against Gaku? They turned and looked at each other. Takumi, are you thinking one of us is the killer? No, that's not it. I already told you. The culprit is an outsider who has already escaped outside the wall of fire after killing Gaku. Yeah, that's what I think too. Don't want to be suspicious of anyone anymore. Ain't gonna make that mistake again. He was probably referring to the time when he suspected I was the killer. Okay, thanks for sharing your thoughts with me. The same day I turned to leave. Okay, Takamura feels responsible. Anyway. What do we have here? Rara and Kiyoshika, what are you doing here? So this is where this Gaku person was killed. It was weighing on our minds, so we came. Everyone here is such dimwit that it highly likely they missed a vital piece of evidence or two. Also, you are here for the same reason I am. Are you investigating the case as well, Sir Takumi? Yeah, do you want to help me out since you are already here? I want to re-examine the scene of the crime. We searched the room together but found nothing of note. Did you investigate this place immediately after the murder took place? Yes, before we cleaned Gaku's blood off the floor, but we didn't find any clues that would bring us closer to the identity of the killer then either. How about the murder weapon? Despite our best efforts, we haven't found it yet. It's not in this classroom or anywhere else on the school grounds. What about the threatening note scribbled on the digital blackboard? Was it erased? Yeah, it was making us uneasy, so that was a stupid thing to do. We could have used the handwriting to pinpoint the killer. They weren't wrong. By the way, there's something I need to ask you. Ask them what? What did we ask them? I forgot. Yeah, what they were doing. Are you suspicious of us? Not really, it's just I was sleeping in my room. Of course. As was I. I cannot believe we are on your list of suspects. Look at me. I am the very epitome of innocence. Hey, what's with that look? I mean, have you seen yourself? More like the epitome of I've got something to hide. You are talking about my mask, right? Are you telling me to take it off? No, absolutely not. This mask stays on no matter what. Anybody. Right before she finished her sentence, Yoshika snatched her mask away, revealing Kurara's face. She held the mask up high before throwing it onto the ceiling. catwalk. My mask is gone, my mask. Where did you hide it? Rara kept looking around in panic. I didn't seem like she noticed Kyoshika had thrown the mask away. That I didn't really matter. What did matter was her exposed face. It's Rara. What? No, I was just thinking how you looked the same in the other timeline too. Why would I look different? This is the face I was born with. I know what you were trying to say. This face is too cute to be natural, right? But I swear I never did anything to it. Who cares about that? Where's my mask? I feel naked without it. Don't look at me. I believe I just saw Sir Takamaru taking your mask somewhere. That bonehead, give my mask back to me, Takamaru. She dashed out of the classroom, shrieking in wait. My, her actions are as adorable as her looks. We ought to let her run around like that for a while. Kyoshika disappeared after saying that. Now alone in the classroom, I doubted I'll learn anything new by sticking around. Guess I should go too. Who's left? Only the prisoner, I guess. Eva. Takumi, you have regained consciousness. Yes, though battling you was what caused me to faint in the first place. Sorry about that. You are actually apologizing to me. Why wouldn't I? You saved my life. More like spared it. I heard you were really standoffish to others. That wasn't my intention. I merely said I wouldn't be sharing any information if Takumi wasn't here. It was pointless asking Eva for information about Gaku's murder case, so I asked her for information about the enemy instead. I'm here now, tell me everything useful you know. Useful? Yeah, like the enemy's HQ's locations, invader types, number of troops, your war strategy. At that, Eva's face suddenly clouded over. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little unwell. I'm feeling illness now, give me a break. I'm not fainting. It's true. That wasn't what you promised. I came here alone like you asked, okay? Alone? Does it look like there's anyone else with me? No, that's not what I was wondering about. It's just, I never asked you to come here alone. All I said was I would talk once Takumi was here. What do you mean? Whatever it is, I do not think I am able to talk. Please leave me for now. It was clearly feigning illness, but there was nothing I could do to make her talk. Her prison cell was locked. I won't be able to go inside without the key, and it's not like I can force her to speak out the information I wanted, even if I could.
Hey!
This is ridiculous. I cursed and kicked a pebble as I left the courtyard. I finished talking with everybody. Sadly, I didn't manage to learn anything new. While nobody in number 1 academy had an alibi, they didn't have motive either. Nothing has changed about this, but the five new members from 2nd academy, I realized any one of them could have been the culprit. They could have taken the school bus to from number 1 academy and number 2 academy overnight. They could also enter without triggering the alarm. All this investigation had done was throw me more names in the suspect list. The murder weapon was still missing and the killer left no trace at the scene of the crime. In short, there are 0 clues to go on. How do I even continue the investigation like this? I signed and collapsed into the bed. The day drew to a close and night slowly took over.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the... You never know.
Let's just skip this. Sorry, Sarah's carefree voice faded away into the darkness, only to be slowly taken over by a cold silence. It was in that silence that I found myself heading to a certain place, the courtyard. Where Eva was being held. I went closer to her cage, stopped just in front of it. Takumi, is something wrong? You look very tired. Not, you are just imagining things. Well then, why are you here? When Shama was bringing food to me, He told me about Gaku. He also shared a lot of other things with me. I'm aware of your current predicament. You mustn't lie to yourself, Takumi.
Huh?
What? The truth is, you think the killer is among the 12 of you, right? No, I don't. Please, you can be honest with me. I won't tell anyone. I am the only one who can remove as a suspect because I only arrived here 3 days ago. It's literally impossible for me to have killed Gaku. If I had managed to slip in somehow without triggering the alarm, I wouldn't have stopped at Gaku after all. In short, I am the only one in the school that you can trust right now. You have come here because deep inside you know that too. Am I wrong? You may be right. The words spilled out of my mouth before I could stop myself. Couldn't even be sure if I had meant what I said. You and I are the same, Takumi. I don't trust my allies either. Especially not Supreme Commander. Why is that? That battle 3 days ago, she was supposed to send reinforcements for me. But they never came. She was using me as bait. Bait? She nodded and continued talking. She should have seen me caught from where she was located, but she didn't do anything because that was her plan all along. Wait a minute, I thought she was dead. That is what everyone seems to believe. But is it really true? I am of the opinion she is still alive somewhere out there. Takumi, here's the straight truth. There's a bomb inside my body. The detonator is on a joint of my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Anyone standing within 25-yard radius at that time will be blown to smithereens. Please relax, I don't intend on going through with it. If I died, I would have done it a long time ago. Anyway, she ordered me to do this. If you get caught, blow yourself out in front of everyone in Special Defense Unit. I was not to humiliate myself by becoming a prisoner of war. But you didn't do that. My orders were to detonate in front of everyone. I was to blow up every single member of Special Defense Unit. I didn't detonate the bomb when you apprehended me because the other 4 members were on the rooftop. Get it now, that's why you wouldn't offer any intel until I came. But you came alone, which defeated the purpose of the request. You were all supposed to come together. That was her plan, huh? Yes, to allow you to capture me before detonating, taking out everyone in one fell swoop. That's why she didn't send reinforcements. Eva clenched her jaw and lowered her head, her eyes brimming with fear. Okay, I understand the situation better now, but why are you sharing this top secret plan with me? I wasn't lying when I said I was feeling unwell this afternoon. It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here or telling you the truth and joining your side. The weight of that decision made me feel so ill. But in the end, you decided to side with me. It's because I could never betray someone who saved my life. One more thing, your eyes. When I look into them, I sense something familiar. Something familiar? Solitude. It dwells within you. Those lonely eyes were what drew my heart to you. Her words weighed heavily on me. It felt like something I was trying to desperately to keep hidden had been forcibly exposed. Yet instead of panicking, I felt a strange sense of relief deep inside. I may have been unknowingly putting a barrier between myself and the others because of my suspicions. It truly felt like Eva was the only one I could open up to, because she was the only one I could say with absolute certainty didn't kill Gaku. By the way, aren't you going to ask me about our army? Nah, I'm not in the mood for that right now. I probably wouldn't remember anything anyway. Then may I ask you for a favor? Go on. Please return my mask to me. Your mask? The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. We consider them as a part of us. Without it, I feel exposed. Fine, your mask, right? Yes, thank you so much. After leaving Eva, I went back to my room. I had mixed feelings about our conversation. A chaotic mix of slight relief, intense guilt, and great confusion.
Hey!
Huh? With a loud cry, I jumped into the bed and resigned myself to a sleepless night ahead. Okay. Day 25.
Open
And
up!
let's just skip
Prepare.
it.
Be ready to give.
After waking up to usual morning announcement, I walked out of my room straight into Tsubasa. What? Morning, Takumi. Heading to breakfast? Yeah. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it?
Huh?
Do you know what happened to Eva's mask? Eva's mask? Yeah, that thing she was wearing on the battlefield before she revealed her true face. Oh, that. It's been being kept somewhere in their garage. Great, thanks. I'll go grab it later. Immediately after saying that, the door to the stairwell flung open and Kyoshika came charging over. She quickly ran over to us with a strained look on her face and said,
Huh?
Something disturbing has been discovered in the classroom on the first floor.
Huh?
Something? Disturbing? You must come immediately. Everyone else is already on their way. I followed Tsubasa and Kyoshika to the classroom on first floor, dashing inside upon arrival. Don't tell me. Okay, not that bad. What? No way. Not again. It was a repeat of day 4. Somebody had used red spray paint to write something on the digital blackboard again. The only difference was the content of the text. This time it said, let's play a killing game. Who found it first? It was I. Upon describing this false scene, I immediately set off to inform everybody of it. What were you doing here in the first place? Yes, well, I had wished to retrieve Lady Kurara's mask before breakfast. It had been left on the ceiling catwalk since you flung it there yesterday. Kyoshika, you shall pay for this later. Kurara was already wearing her mask. She must have retrieved it before the rest of us came running in. Who would write something like this? Isn't it obvious? It's the same bastard who wrote the last thread. The same one who probably killed Gaku. Are you sure? The handwriting seems a little different. My dear sister's sharp perception pierces through everything. So someone else wrote this. Ooh. Wait, could it be Eva? No, I don't think that's possible. When I delivered breakfast to her just now, her cage was properly locked. Who has the key? I do. It's the only copy in existence. Also, there's a special IC chip inside that makes it impossible to duplicate. We can think about after later. I'm more curious what this killing game is supposed to refer to. Which part of killing game is hard to understand? It's a game where you kill or be killed. It still doesn't make sense. Who plays? What are the rules? Where? How? When? Why? Suddenly Shama raised his voice. Everybody, look, there's something on the teacher's desk. This looks like a tape recorder. Guess we should listen to it. Please don't be voice of Gaku. I pressed the play and eerie sounding voice came out of the recorder.
The game has officially begun. Like the blackboard says, let's all play a killing game together. The name of this game is The Invader Hunt.
The message continued. Anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. That is all. With those eerie words, the voice stopped. Silence prevailed. We could have heard a pin drop. We were all falling, although nobody said anything. The last note hadn't been a prank. Sirei was destroyed and Gaku was murdered. This note could have been written by the same person. His last words especially kept echoing loudly in my mind. All who refused to join the game will be eliminated. By the way, Kako, you mentioned something about the handwriting of this message being different from the last one. Maybe the culprit deliberately changed it. We should keep that possibility in our minds. Too soon to be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO is the same. So Gaku's murderer is on the move again. Basically, this could be from the same person who killed Gaku. If so, we might be able to find their true identity by joining the hunt, the game, but that option came with major risks. The monster who destroyed Sirei and slaughtered Gaku was behind it, after all. Join the game despite the risk or try to keep everyone as safe as possible. We had until 7 PM to decide what to do, but it didn't seem prudent to delay our decision until the last minute. We had to stay united, all of us. For that to happen, I had to clearly express my opinion on the matter first, as team leader. But what was our best option? Should we join the game or ignore it completely? I thought long and hard about what to say, and then I made my decision. Okay, we need to make a decision again. Okay, for Mystery Road, I need to refuse it.
Guys, here's what I think. I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
Right, of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow my lead in this. I know I will. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together. Hey, don't speak for everyone just yet. What do you mean you're joining? Of course, I'll never get a chance to live out my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm with Takumi on this. You'll find me playing that game over my dead body. This Invader Hunt is just the culprit trying to trick us into believing it will be fun, but it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. The recording said as much too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It's against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. This message don't make sense anyway. The sponsor said those not in the game will be eliminated, but will still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid, nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? Darumi, are you listening to yourself? Huh? You're talking this I love killing games persona a little too far, aren't you? I am not. I'm just saying what I really think. Darumi's pigtails swayed as she curiously shook her head in denial, but there was definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. Certainty. What about you, Kiriko? You haven't said anything yet. Either choice is fine with me. What do you mean? I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity. They'll make their move eventually, whether we join this silly game or not. That's when we'll swoop in and bring that psycho down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking. Then we have an answer. Yes, we are not going to join the invader hunt. Darumi, you don't mind, do you? I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority. After that, we decided to stay together until the stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there was always the possibility the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason though. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider who had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that way anyway. Sky turned dark as we wheeled our time away. Finally, it was 7 PM, the time mentioned on the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door to leisure lounge open. Not because I wanted to join game, of course. I was there to declare as team leader that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside just in case. Turning around, I could see the others trying to get through the door, which was slightly ajar. There was nobody inside the room, not even a faint of presence. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted, "Hey, are you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you, none of us will be joining your stupid invader hunt." No response at all. Have it your way. That's all I want to say. Have a bad night. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. Oh boy, you really said it. After the sponsor said they would kill us all if we refuse to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, we will be okay. Gaku got killed the last time we did this. But the killer fled and went outside of the wall of wire, right? Most likely, yeah. That's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us. Gaku even said this morning that the handwriting was different this time. Can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Gaku, there is also a possibility this entire thing was just a prank. So we need to not to be unnecessarily shaken. That is, if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. Everybody felt momentarily silent after that. Question, what's the plan for tonight? Plan? Or sleeping arrangements? Where should we all spend the night? I'm definitely sleeping in my dear sister's room. I'll stay with Takamaru. No way. What? You don't trust Takumi even after he saved my life. You and me are through, man. But, poor Shama. It's cumulative aside, why don't we sleep in our own rooms like normal? Just lock the door and you'll be fine. I agree, there are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in the pairs would leave one person out. Alright, but why do not put that person with one of the other pairs? We should avoid having 3 people in one room. It's too risky. Risky? Why? Not again. Our team is already discussed this to death, and now I have to repeat myself. Despite her complaint, Hiruko carefully explained to those from other academy why we had decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. It does make sense. We should all go back to our rooms then. No, you have just triggered the mother of all death flags and you don't even know it. Well, anything to spice things up around here. That decided, we all returned to our own rooms to sleep after dinner. Ima insisted on sleeping in Kako's room, but nobody persisted on that point.
Get ready, prepare, be ready to give.
Skip this. In the morning, I headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, only to find that everyone else was already there. Okay, no one died, I hope. Yeah, we have music 1, 3, 9. Oh my, how is it that I count 14 souls? Because you are terrible at math. There are only 13 people here. You see, nothing bad happened. So it was just a prank after all. But by who? And for what purpose? If you're asking me, I think the most likely suspect is... We all turned to look at Darren. Wait a minute, you're accusing me of being the game's sponsor? I don't think so. Darren doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that. You underestimate me. I may not have guts, but I have still got my brain needs. They are small and overpowered, but they are all the same. Oh, for the love of murder. Hey, can't we just be happy that nothing happened? Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster. Breathe. But why don't we all have breakfast together? What about Eva? After breakfast, we all headed off to our own things, relieved that nothing bad had happened after all. As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, I visitor came knocking. I opened the door, find Tsubasa standing outside. Okay.
Huh?
Did something happen? You asked about Eva's mask yesterday, remember? I brought it here for you. Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. Took the mask from her. What are you going to do with that? I was thinking of returning it to Eva. What? You trust her now?
Huh?
Not really, just... I know, you fell in love with her. What? Of course not. Spazza narrowed her eyes at me and I felt my palms get sweaty. Never mind, it's none of my business. Everyone is free to love who they want. I told you that's not it. And since we are talking about the mask, I looked it over out of curiosity and found something pretty interesting. That mask isn't an ordinary accessory, it actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features. Radar night vision, zoom functions, organic life detection. There's even a miniature air tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. Isn't that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut off from outside world for as long as 30 minutes. That's amazing. It almost sounds like it would be a waste to give it back to Eva. You wouldn't be able to use it, Takumi. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Eva is the only one who can wear it. Guess I might as well give it back. After all, even with the best technology in the world, she can't possibly harm any of us from inside that cage, right? Swatha thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. By the way, when is she gonna give us more information about the enemy? She did promise to be useful if we spared her life. I actually think it would be best if we could get her to join us as an ally. An ally? Yeah, so that she can fight in defense battles along with us. We'll need some kind of safety measures before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a cola with a bomb, maybe. That should put everyone at ease, right? If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do to stop her is press a button to activate the bomb. Bulb lit up in my mind as Swasa was speaking. Swasa, let's say there was already a self-destruction device in Eva's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it? Depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe. In that case, your plan might actually work. The detonation might join my left hand pinky finger. Oh yeah, she did say she had bomb on her. Wait, you were being serious? You weren't just speaking hypothetically? Do you think that's something you can do? Want me to create a detonation device for the bomb inside her? Yes, once it's done, we'll have perfect safety measure. Then we can allow Eva to join us, huh? Alright, I'll give it a shot. Awesome, I'm counting on you. After Tsubasa left, I went to look for Hiroko to get the key from her. The key that will open Eva's cage. I walked into courtyard, her mask in my hand. Takumi, here you go, as promised. That's my mask. It sure is. I opened the cage using the key Hiroko gave me. After handing Eva's mask to her, I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need, just keeping my promise. Well, I'll be seeing you. Turned around, giving a casual wave as I walked away. Okay, still no free time. I'm back in my room, but now what? There's nothing for me to do here. I may as well go take a walk around school. Whoa, we have free time. Okay, bonding events have been unlocked. Okay, bonding events are special events that occur when you raise your bond rank with a character. From now on, when you give a character a gift, you'll increase their affinity towards you. After reaching a certain affinity, your bond rank will increase. You can greatly boost your affinity by gifting preferred items you have discovered through various student activities. Take the initiative to strengthen your bond with your comrades. Okay, I went to the bed after an uneventful day. No, it only seemed uneventful. Something may have been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing. But since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace sleep for the night. Day 27. I woke up as the morning announcement played. It had barely finished when a piercing scream resounded in my ears. I jumped out of the bed and dashed out of my room. What's going on? Hiroko, Tsubasa, and Takamaru were out of the roof, on the roof already. Was that Shama just now? Yeah, I came running out when I heard it. I was already here when she came out. The scream came from back of the building. Are you sure? Trust me, I've got a dog's hearing. Okay, let's go. We made our way down the stairs as quickly as we could and headed for the back of the school. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination where we saw... okay, not good.
Shoma!
I rushed over to check his pulse and breathing.
Nothing. He's dead.
No way!
By this time, other team members had come running as well. It was Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugama, and Kurara. They gasped and their eyes went wide when they saw Shoma's body.
Shoma!
Impossible!
What is this?
Is he breathing?
No, unfortunately.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
Right. We can use the Revive-O-Matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary!
Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Darumi have not shown up yet.
Hey, you're right.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running like the rest of us.
This isn't the time to discuss that. Get Shoma to the infirmary now.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the Revive-O-Matic though.
I'll come with you. The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
Okay, Takamaru put Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubasa. The rest of us then split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I partnered up with Hiroko. We decided to start with the cafeteria. Okay, here we are. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there was nobody else inside. Ima, Kako, Darumi, anybody there? No response. Looks like they are not here. Let's try somewhere else. Turning around, we dashed down the hallway toward the gym, but then we got there. Hey, I can't open the door. Is it locked? I peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch. Someone latched the door from inside. Hiroko and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. We are going to have to break the door then. You're right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Door refused to budge even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon the noise we were making started attracting the others to the gym as well. We need some help here, guys. What we were trying to do was obvious enough that we didn't have to explain. Everyone nodded, took a couple of steps and prepared to charge the door. Ready? Go! God. The latch broke apart with a cracking sound and we all tumbled into the ledge together and lying on the floor in front of us. What? Kako?
This is...
unbelievable.
I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Yuko came from behind me and started examining Kako's body. Once she had finished, she turned to look at the others and silently shook her head.
But it's okay! She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma!
Then we should take her to the infirmary now!
Yeah.
Nozomi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out of Kako's right hand. What's this? A medicine bottle. By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already run out of the gym, carrying Kako's body. As the rest of us started to leave, Hiroko suddenly spoke up. Wait, Yugamo, you go with Nozomi. Moko, Kyoshika, Kurara continue looking for Ima and Darumi, and Takumi, you stay here. What? Why? Just do as I say for now, I'll explain later. Alright, let us be off at once. The others nodded at each other, then ran towards the hallway, leaving only Hiroko and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There is only one exit here, and it was latched shut. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop that had already been broken into 3 pieces. The mop handle had been used as makeshift latch, you know, to block the door so it can be opened. It would be impossible for someone to block the door like that from outside, which means this incident happened in the locked room. Assuming this is true, there are 2 possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? Answer hesitantly. The first possibility is that, as much as I hate to say it, Kako killed herself. At least attempt to do so.
Oh.
Yes, look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does the label say? TTX. It's an abbreviation for tetrodotoxin, whatever that is. It's extremely poisonous. Swallowing just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know, but we'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is the more pressing one. Because if Kako didn't take the poison herself, it didn't take me long to make the connection. So, culprit is here. The killer is still hiding somewhere in the gym. Yes, if there is a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Alright, let's look around. Yuriko and I searched the gym as cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding anywhere. This makes it clear that Kako took her own life. Does it, though? Shama was found sliced up at the back of building around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No, there is nothing strange about that. If Kako had been the one to kill Shoma, after stabbing him to death, she ran into the gym, blocked the door with the mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. I decided to state my opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yes, she had already gone completely cold. I noticed it too. It's probably been several hours since she died. So Kako killed herself sometime last night, and then somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning. Or Kako was also murderer. That's a possibility as well. Kako was also murderer. That's a possibility as well. How is that possible when the door was blocked from the inside? Wait, there's something more important here. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours, yes, I'm afraid it's already too late for her. Oh no. What the hell? Killing Eito somehow triggered something, but I'm not sure what it is. Tsubasa, Nozomi, and Yugama were in the infirmary when Hiroko and I arrived. Okay, can we save Shoma at least? They were standing around with grave looks on their faces. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma. That's great. Yes, what a relief. But he's still unconscious. Well, as far as I understand, killing Eito actually triggers all the bad endings. His physical body has been restored to full health, but it seems he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet. Where is he now? Sleeping in his room. Takamaru is taking care of him. And what about Kako? We did put her body in the revival-matic, but alas. Hiroko and I went behind the revival-matic to look at the monitor. That was what was written on the screen made our heart sink. Cause of death. Respiratory paralysis included whatever can read this. Estimated time of death. Day 27 between 1 and 4 a.m. Trace of TTX poison detected in the body. Oral intake of TTX presumed to have led to her death. No external injuries found on the body. Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open and 3 people running in. Darumi, you're safe. Where were you all this time? In the rec room, playing slots. You were doing what? You can't blame me. I overslept this morning. I didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everybody was off doing their own thing. Yoshika and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We have already told her about Shom and Kako. Still, we didn't yet know if they have been successfully revived. So here we are. Did it go well? Just then, two other people barged into the room noisily. Where's his brother? Oh my god. Miss Osuzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night, but when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around for her ever since. I saw him running around the hallways like a headless chicken and brought him here. Where's my dear sister? What has happened to her? Explained the situation to everyone who had just arrived. The news that Kako could no longer be revived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Tears started welling up in Moka and Kyoshika's eyes while Kurara was sniffing away under her mask. Darumi alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. And so for Ima, as for Ima,
No! 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 Dear sister! My dear sister! No!
with an anguished cry, the distraught Ima lost control of all reason and started lashing out. He managed to wrestle him to ground and pin his limbs down even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the gamma fuel.
What's that?
A powerful anesthetic. We have some in the biolab.
Yugamu dashed off as quickly as he could. He came back in a while later with the gamma vial, which he then injected into Ima. The drug caused Ima to weaken and slump over. Yugamu observed him closely.
All is fine now. He's unlikely to wake up before tomorrow morning.
We moved the unconscious Ima to his room and assigned Moko to watch over him. After that, we took Kako's body to morgue. Well, what's this? Everybody's dying one by one. There were now 3 bodies lying on the tables in the morgue. Kako's body was the smallest. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. I couldn't believe the girl I had thought of like my own little sister was now gone. An indescribable ache spread through my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. Well, whoever we were managed to save dies. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Eva was still inside hers, the door securely locked. Hiruko and I went on to tell the others that we had learned from investigating the gym, the improvised latch, the bottle of poison, and how there had been no one else in sight. While we were talking, the sun had set and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. It was already evening. Since nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge instead of cafeteria. What's going on exactly? Sir Takamaru, you're not supposed to be attending to Sir Shoma. Gamu is old. Shoma is still out cold, but he's physically fine now. Just don't understand why Kako would kill herself. As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it was a suicide. We haven't found a suicide note, not in the gym, on her closet, or in her room yet. But the gym door was blocked shut from the inside, and you didn't find anyone else in there, correct? Yes, but I found it hard to accept Kako had killed herself when Shama was clearly killed by someone else. Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces. I think she was murdered too, by that sponsor who was trying to get us in to join the invader hunt. They did warn us this would happen. We all heard that what recording said, remember? All who refuses to join the game will be eliminated. All who refuses? That means the rest of us are targets too. You're telling us that sponsor wants to kill us all? First threading message said something about everyone dying too. It sure did. The first and second threats. We assumed they were written by different people because of handwriting, but I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. We went against their first note. We ignored their demand to leave the academy and chose to stay behind instead. That gave the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game, force those guys to murder each other. But when we went against the second request as well, they decided they were going to have to do it themselves. And by it you mean killing us? Yet it all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it? That would mean the perpetrator has already murdered 4 people. 4? Sir Gaku, Lady Kako, Sirei, and Sir Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death. So we're up against a ruthless serial killer. We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free. But how do we find them? Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may well be one of us. Everyone tensed up at Hiroko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. Not everyone is a suspect though. It would have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takamaru or me to have done this. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's right. The 4 of us met each other on the rooftop this morning, immediately after hearing Shama scream. He was stabbed at the back of the building. Even if we could teleport, there's no way we could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. Just a moment, what if all 4 of you were working together? Yes, it will definitely seem possible from your point of view. That will also mean 1 in 3 of our team are killers. I don't think the special defense unit will be worth much then. That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove you're innocent. Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us were Nozomi, Kyoshika, and Kuwari. Moka and Yugamu too, though they aren't here right now. Where did you guys come from? I ran from the entrance hall. I simply found myself in a group as I was heading to the back of the building. How did you know to go there? Well, I heard Shoma scream, but I chose to wait in my room first before making a move. Then I heard you guys talking outside. You said something about the scream coming from the back of the building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime. Nozomi and Doremi said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. Your suspicions are misplaced, especially when there's a much likelier suspect to cast our suspicion on. Yes, someone who didn't even show up at the crime scene. Huh? Wait, you mean me? You were totally trying to get us all to join that stupid killing game. So when we refused to cave after the second threat, you decided to... It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with that threat. I overslept, that's all. We all shot Doremi's deeply suspicious looks. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beds of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run. Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive for us to be doubting each other like this. How are we going to handle future battles? We can't even stay united. Let's calm down. Think about things rationally first. Under normal circumstances, the probability of the killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. But would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, that's... Maybe it was Eva. Impossible. We checked the cage just now, remember? She was still inside and gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key and it can't be duplicated, as Hiroko said. Also, I locked my door last night so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was asleep. What if you were working with her? I can't debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since morning. Even if he had let Eva out of her cage last night to stab Shoma, he couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you need it to unlock. That means it's one of us. No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm. There is always the possibility that nobody slipped in at all. What are you saying? I'm saying the killer could have already been hiding in the academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were here already, they wouldn't have triggered the alarm. So that person is still hiding somewhere in this school right now. All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know I can make an organic life detection device. Organic life detection device? It's simply a machine that detects the number of large living organisms on school grounds. It won't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there is really an outsider hiding here. You can make something like that. I found a similar function while investigating Eva's mask 2 days ago. I took the opportunity to study it thoroughly. So yes, I can make something like that in 7 days maybe. What? 7 days? Until then, let's stop being suspicious of each other, like Nozomi suggested. We'll assume that the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement. The moment I saw that, the world around me started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought on my mind before it shut down completely. Well, this is odd. Who could it be? One of us again? No, it can't be.
Get ready, prepare, be ready to...
I woke up to no all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. It was deja vu time. She noticed right away that I was awake and leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled practically around the room a few times more than the last before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before setting up. What the... What day is it today? Day 39. I fainted on the night of day 27, so I have been out for 11 days again? Yes, we're almost out of emergency feeding drips. Why did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed on day 27, and my old wound didn't reopen. Nozomi regarded me with a somber look on her face as I mumbled to myself. Then she gave me the diagnosis. I think you have the fainting disease. Fainting disease? Also known as psychogenic episodus, whatever it is. A disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strong psychological shock or stress, like your mind just blows out. I have a disease like that? Yes, after what happened to Shoma and Kako on day 27. Your mind suffered a heavy blow, and even though you somehow made it to the night time, okay, the moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down just like that. How could you tell I had this disease? This is the third time you have fainted out of blue, right? And it always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. This didn't seem like normal behavior, so we decided to scan your brain using the revivomatic diagnosis function. Don't remember contracting any disease like that. This is what the machine analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as after effect. Treatment on damaged parts of my brain? I don't know what exactly happened. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening and doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. So that part is nothing to worry about at least. Easy for you to say. This means I could faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yes, but I am sure it will be alright. As long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again. So has anything changed? Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, we haven't made any progress in that area. The unknown killer remains at large, and we don't have a single clue to follow. Nobody has been attacked since then, so we are still alive at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma has regained consciousness already, but he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. You can ask him about it for yourself later. And Ima? He has barricaded himself in his room and hasn't said much to us. Just a word or two when we delivered food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defensive battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shama, and Darumi sat out the battle as usual. Are those three still suspicious of me? Yes, they seem to think you are the most likely suspect, but even if you weren't the one, it had to be someone from the Special Defense Unit. That's what those three believe. Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darumi were gathered. When they saw me, they said things like, "You are awake," or "Thank goodness." Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. Their reactions were a lot more subdued than before. I could hardly blame them. This was the third time I had woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least that was what I thought. It turned out they had another reason to be disappointed. The dark, gloomy aura that hung over the group indicated there was something more at play here. I finished breakfast and returned to my room. Soon after, Tsubasa came knocking. You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Wanna know why? Sure. She pulled out something from behind her back. What's this? The organic life detection device. All right, you finished it. 5 days ago, yeah. But now I wish I hadn't. Why not? Because this is the reason everybody is jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. 13? Yup, the total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Eva. Which means there are no outsiders in this school, and the culprit is really one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now, except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two still think it was an outsider that did it? I don't know, but the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seems low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Anyway, that's why everyone is so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of one another. This isn't going to end well. Without trust, we won't be able to put up a united front during the next defensive battle. Can't you do something, Takumi? I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. Oh, I just remember, I finished that other thing you asked me to make a while ago, too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb in Eva's body. I managed to complete it after carefully investigating her body. With her consent, of course. Tsubasa rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks, this puts me at ease. I'll probably add Eva to the team starting from the next battle. Yeah, that should help out our combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Oh well, I've done my part. The rest is up to you. Yeah, the rest is up to us. With that, she left the room. Up to me, huh? What should I do this? How should I do this? What was it Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma. To be honest, I didn't think they did. I had no concrete proof, but everything that had happened so far felt like part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. In that case, excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 12 students at this academy. No, wait. Shoma was a victim. If Hiruko, Tsubasa, Takamura, and Iwa were also innocent, that leaves just 7 suspects. Darumi, Nozomi, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Moko, Ima, and Kurara. I would never willingly choose to treat any of my friends as suspect, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit here. And if I don't have their trust, so Special Defense Unit will fall apart and everyone will be annihilated by invaders. The only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. That was what the boy said, yeah. Was he talking about Shama's case or Kako's case? At any rate, this was the only way of resolving all this that I could think of. I have to find the culprit no matter what. Clench my fists, resolved to devote myself to the investigation. Collect information, you say. Who did this?
Huh?
Oh, you're still in cafeteria? Don't talk to us now. We are in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to listen to a reason. What is the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit is one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw that device is total for the number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside the job. Culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we are trying to tell you that's not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who would stop at one or two victims. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't. Takumi, say something. Well, I stammered hard because I was more in line with Kurara's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing. For now, Sorry, I just remember I have something I need to do. What the worst excuse ever. Gotta go, bye. Oh my god. Wait, Takumi, hey, come back here, please. I ignored Nozomi's pleases and quickly bolted out of the room and into the hallway. Can't believe we did that. What are you guys doing here? If it isn't serial killer Takumi. You're awake. I'm not a serial killer, so stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? Oh, can you be any more shameless? The criminal is role-playing as detective now? I'm not talking to you, I'm asking Shama. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at it. Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? No, I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask. How about the person's height or body structure? Can't be sure they were dressed in a black ponko thing. You must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I scrambled immediately, and before I realized it, I had been shoved to the ground. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first 2 or 3 steps. Poor guy. So you don't even know if it was a man or woman? No. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, die, die, and then you should have been able to recognize the voice. But the thing is, I didn't. Why not? The voice had been changed with a voice changer. A voice changer, huh? So whoever that was, he didn't take any chances. Come on, Ima. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I tried the door knob, but it was locked. Ima, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. A voice called out from the other side of the door. You awake, Mr. Sumina? Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell. Come on, there's got to be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you, too. I think you may have been the one who killed my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her. And in the first place, Kako, she killed herself. Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There was absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Like I told you just now, I suspect that the killer may have been you, Mr. Sumino. The only reason I haven't haven't taken revenge yet is because I am not completely sure it was you. Accidentally killing the wrong person would be playing right into the hands of the real culprit, but I might lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now while I'm still in my right mind? I could sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Emma refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. Oh my god. Who could it be? I mean... medicine, one of mankind's most imminent inventions for sustaining life, dealing death. Huh? How can I help you today, Takumi? I told you, Gamu, that I was investigating that case. Does that include Kako's death? Yes, the suspicions, circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it was my only concern. Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There was other cases to think about as well, like Sirei's destruction and Gaku's murder. But I hadn't found any further clues to those cases despite my thorough investigation on day 24. So I have decided to focus on Shoma's case first while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? She had ingested this toxin and extremely potential poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX tightly in her right hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab, so the poison was taken from here? That will appear to be the case, whether by Kako, who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kako. In this room, open to everyone? Sure is, there's no lock on the door, and cabinets are unsecured, so anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole some gamma field plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gamma field, the substance you used to knock Ima out on day 27? Very same. But if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here, several are missing. Didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottle on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies needed to help with Ima, I saw that there were already some missing. Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Perhaps that was what the thief wanted to use it for. What? I think we just heard something. What? At the proper dilution, the substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Hiroko, you were here the other day too. What's so interesting about this place? I wanted to investigate Kako's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well. As if your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Hiroko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain.
Hey!
You know, that's not what I meant. Anyway, have you already looked at Kako's body? Yes, and the other two as well. Eito and Gaku too. Didn't we already check Kako's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. I've discovered two surprising facts about reinvestigating Kako's body. Surprising facts? The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body has been almost completely drained of it. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It was returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. Then, I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hiroko walked to the Kako's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then she flipped the body over and what I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell is that? Marks of stolen heart? What? Somebody cut a hole in her back and smashed her ribs and dug her heart out? Why would anybody do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. I did as I was told and flipped Eito and Gaku's bodies over, only to see the exact same marks on them. A large empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know, that's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body on day 24, his back was still intact. It still was on day 27 too. I checked Eito and Gaku's body when we moved Kaku's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometimes after night of day 27. The perpetrator likely did the deed to all three at the same time. That may have been when they extracted Kaku's cryptoglobin as well. Ooh. Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this series of events did it. But why? How should I know that the culprit is up to what he is up to? Perhaps they are simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled heart with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy. There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the back? Making an opening in chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there was not a single further clue to be found. My god, this is getting crazy. Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point asking Eva about the case, so I decided to talk about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? And then you said you had decided to take your chances with us, right? Yes, I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence for the reasons I previously explained. Then will you fight with us instead? What? She, the Supreme Commander, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely. Isn't the advice she made? Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for the advice because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that's needed to put others at ease. You had thought for a while about what I said. Alright, you saved my life, so if there is anything I can do to help, I'll do it. Thank you. Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear it with others first. Understood, I will wait. Maybe we should just leave her there. She's safe there. I went to the gym last. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takamaru were already there. Tsubasa, Takamaru, perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shoma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah, he did. You guessed it right, Takumi. The device is gone missing. I knew it. The culprit stole it, huh? Think so. When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the day Shoma regained consciousness. I went to the garage to check after hearing his story, and the voice changer was already gone. Yeah, without anyone realizing. She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24, so it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27 before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako would kill herself. Me too, at first. Suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation. After listening Hiruko though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how would the culprit get away? That's what we need to figure out. And so here we are. Maybe there are a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, you know. We are all here to do the same thing then. You mean, yes, Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about. Let's check the place out together. Yeah, and we can trust each other since all three of us here are safers. Safers? Those of us who can be safely removed from the list of the suspects. Safers. That's true. And thus, we began to investigate the gym. We went around knocking on walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takamaro shouted at us from the stage. Hey, come over here, I found something crazy. He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. Huh? What in the world? No way, there really was a hidden tunnel, or should I say a hidden ladder. I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What did you do? Told you I've got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor and knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Then I groped around the surface and what do you know, a routable handle came flipping out. Grabbed the handle, pulled it, and there you have it. Let's go see what's down there. Yeah, are we sure about that? We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Eventually I felt my toes touching solid ground. What I saw there was the rocket. Isn't this, you know this thing? Yeah, remember what I told you before? This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. Huh? No way. Damn. Does that mean if we can't get inside, we can go the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day 100. No manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Now this thing can't be opened from outside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Then the pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. What a bummer. We'll have to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. Shit. By the way, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We were trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah, Hiroko and I thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in this storeroom or the ladder shaft at that time, we couldn't possibly have found them. Then after you and Hiroko left the gym, killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this doesn't prove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murder. Wait. Assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takamaro, Shoma and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else. Two were missing. That's right, Doremi and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. Doremi though said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying through her teeth, but it's always possible that an outsider did it. You made that life detection device yourself, unless you're telling me you made that number up. I did no such thing. That was the correct number, but the killer could have possibly gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, an item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eyes for some reason and I walked slowly over to pick it up. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief? So it seems. I see something is on it. That reads IT? Information technology? Or maybe just it as a it girl. Could it be referring to initials of a name? Ima what? Ima! Imotsukomo? When we exited the gym, we saw that it was already nighttime. I asked Takamura and Tsubasa to gather others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come out, Ima, I need to ask you about something. Somehow it felt like he would keep hiding if I told him about the handkerchief, so I decided not to say anything for now. We found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer. Made that assertion even though I had no solid proof she had been killed because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believe me about my dear sister being murdered? Yes, can you come with me? Slowly but surely Ima nodded in assent. Takamaro, Tsubasa and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told them how we had found the place and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria. Okay.
Huh?
So what was the clue that you found? Before that, I need to check something with Darumi. On day 27, when we found Kako's body, were you really playing the slots at that time? Huh? You are still suspicious of me? Then check the machine's play log. Then you'll know for sure I was playing around that time. And how could I possibly stab Shoma if I'd been hiding in that storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Perhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft. I'm no Spider-Woman, and that shaft has no footholds. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You were the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma. You're suggesting there were two culprits? Indeed, I am. And does the number 2 ring any bells with regards to the situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You are suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grim maze. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod's storeroom. The letter IT have been on it. These initials, wouldn't that refer to Imatsukumo? I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means Sir Ima killed Lady Kaku? Are you out of your mind? Me? Kill my very own dear sister? I didn't think that was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma and Darumi was the one to kill Kaku. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was chasing the joint. I told you it wasn't me. You think Miss Aminia and I were the accomplices? And that I tactically approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself. You are all crazy. I can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. So you deny the charge. Of course I do. Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the stateroom? That's because you see you are feeling guilty. No. Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima! We all dashed after him. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in front of the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. He was running at full speed through the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. Ima. What? The onion object then flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. What just happened? And what was that thing? I had seen that onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Now I remember that thing. Are you serious? Ima has been captured by the enemy? No way. That can't be true. It's alright. We can probably figure out where they went. What? You know how Ima has been rather emotional unstable lately, right? So much so I thought he might just outright go missing one day, so I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. We should be able to see where they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you. Okay, let's all head back to for now. When we traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some decision, we decided to split into two teams. The rescue team, me, Hiruko, Takamaru, Tsubasa and Kurara. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Shoma and Darumi. Okay. Must we rescue him even though he may well be the killer? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with that fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah, can't we add one more or something? No, what if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to be lax on home security. In that case, Takumi, yeah, it's time. Everybody, follow me. Okay. Welcome to our team. Sister Takumi, Lady Eva is out and about now. Why have you done such a thing? Yes, as you can see, I let her out. But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. Huh? I explained about the bomb in Eva's body and the remote detonator we had made to trigger it. And you really think this will work?
Huh?
If you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Huh? I put the remote detonator into astonished Hiruko's hand. Now, you do feel reassured? Hiruko fell silent at my words. After a few moments, she said, "Have it your way." Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you. Alright, then we'll be right back. With Ima. Good luck. Stay safe. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station where Ima was being held captive. Day 40. Oh my god, this will take forever. By the time we got close to relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus, climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station. Okay, it's just as we remember.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quenzele. Quenzele? Is that his name? Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him?
We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out!
Alright, stab ourselves. Battle starts. Eliminate all enemies in one turn. Yeah, right, I remember that. Okay.
Say when.
What's this? Okay, not that.
I'm taking the wheel.
Let's do this.
Watch out.
Nicely done.
Good whenever. Hi-ya!
Okay, good. What's that?
Ready when you are. Take this.
Good enough.
Locked and loaded. Let's roll.
It's like she is made for
Leave
this
it to
job.
me.
Okay, sure, why not? Let's finish
I'm
everybody
taking the
else
wheel.
with her. Quickly finish her.
How's this? Ready
Okay.
when you are. Let's roll.
Nice.
I'm taking the wheel. Watch out.
Wave 1 end. New enemies approaching. Annihilate all enemies, not in one turn, though. Who's our best option here?
Alright, let's get started.
Leave this to me.
Oh my god, Evo is long-range attacker that specializes in attacking one. Her special skills, special fitness automatically gives her attack plus to when moving and attacking. What the?
I'm fully prepared.
Okay, let's use this.
Allow me to use this. I'm ready to go.
Nicely done.
Die! This is what understood.
Let's leave
Good
it
to
for
go.
now. Let's do this.
Here. All right.
Good enough, I guess. What else? Don't have no zombie right now.
Ready whenever.
Okay. 4 AP, right?
Full throttle.
Out of the way, friends. Alright.
Say when.
Okay. Let's end our turn with then. Let the enemies come. That was a bad choice.
Ready
I
when you
understand.
are.
Time for battle.
Okay, let's do it. Use this.
Die! How unsatisfying.
Nicely done. What else?
Leave this to me.
Okay. Ignores the armor. Not bad, actually.
Time to move.
Agility potion.
I'll put this to good use. Alright, let's get started.
Let's use this.
Take this!
Nice.
My turn.
Okay, maybe.
How's this? Now then, to business.
To business.
Out of my way. Broken so soon.
Nice.
Alright, let's get started. My turn.
Agility potion.
Right here. Ready whenever.
Okay, let's use this. Nice.
Take this! How unsatisfying.
Okay.
Let's do this!
What do we do? Nicely done.
I'm ready to go. Here goes.
Okay.
Let's go!
Kill it.
Got it!
Leave it to me.
Nice. Enemies are gone.
Hauling ass!
What now?
Alright, let's get started.
Let's do it like this.
Die! Time for battle.
Let's do it like this.
I'll chop you to pieces.
Nice. Who's left? Only 2 level guy. There shouldn't be a problem.
I'll put an end to this. You'll go no further.
And my turn. Right.
Understood.
Let's just use her.
I'm good whenever. Don't try to stop me.
Nice. Quickly.
Let's do this!
Rev it up!
Well done. Well, who's left? Yeah, that's
I
it.
got this. Move aside.
Okay, wave 2 ends.
Now, do you understand that I would never betray you?
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
Right, there he is.
I am the paragon of repulsion, Quenzele. I'll be sure to make it agonizingly painful when I kill you. Go ahead, scramble for your ugly lives. You won't escape from me.
He can speak.
He's finally here. Like moths to a flame.
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery.
Understood.
Got it!
Enemies are approaching. Defend Kurara for 3 turns. Seems like easy thing to do.
Time to move.
Okay, the business.
Take this! Broken so soon.
Broken so soon.
Hauling ass!
What should we do?
I've got this!
Here, whatever this is. Okay.
Take this! My turn!
Okay, let's use this like that.
All right!
Okay.
I'm fully prepared. Take this! I'm ready to go.
Okay, why
Be
not?
gone! You're finished!
Let's freaking go!
Understood.
Okay.
Take this!
Kill it.
This is what you deserve! Understood.
Agility potion? Okay.
I'll use this. I'm ready to go.
Alright.
Be gone! Leave this to me. Here goes.
Nice.
This, I'm ready to go.
use this.
Die!
Nice.
Leave this to me.
I guess we can end the turn, right?
Ready when you are. Let's go.
Metal fence.
This should do it.
Protect it.
Locked and loaded.
Okay.
Full throttle.
And my turn. Nothing we can't handle.
I'm ready to go.
Ready whenever.
Let's use this.
Die!
All right, let's get. I'll chop you to pieces. Oh,
Nice, good job.
satisfying.
Leave this to me. Here goes.
Nicely done.
You're understood.
Kill this.
Here we go.
Alright, kill them all.
Take this.
Who's left? This small guy, I'd say.
My turn.
Can I kill them at one shot? One shot. Seems impossible.
Let's do this. Let her rip.
And my turn. Come here, little guy.
Let's go. Here.
It's set. Told you it wouldn't take long.
Okay, wave 3 ends. Take him down.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Right.
Precious.
Kill the enemy. Annihilate enemy boss. Can I use this cannon? No. Of course can't.
I'm ready to go.
Should I use this instead? No, not now. Where are you?
Now then, to business.
Okay, let's use this.
Time for battle. How's this?
How's this?
Broken so soon.
What do we do now?
Say when.
Air plate.
That's it.
Leave this to me.
Okay, let's use this then, right?
I'm fully prepared. I'm ready to go.
This first, then can
Take
use
this!
other later.
This is what you deserve!
Let's do this.
I'm fully prepared.
Let's kill that first.
Die! You're finished!
I'm taking the wheel.
Actually, wait a
Locked
second.
and loaded. There
Kill them all.
this engine roar. Felt that one, didn't you?
Okay.
Leave this to me. Be gone!
Kill this guy.
This, I'm ready to go.
Ready whenever.
Okay, what do we do?
Time to move. Now then, time to move. All right. Ready
Okay,
whenever.
defense stand.
Time to move. Take this.
Deal damage.
Now then, to business. Out of my way.
Out of my way.
My turn. Take this. Time to move. I'll chop you to
More
pieces.
damage. And my turn.
Damn. Knock that.
That's nothing.
Ready whenever.
Okay. Kill this guy.
How's this? All right, let's get started.
Okay. You don't need it right now.
I'm fully prepared.
How should I do this?
Let's freaking go!
Out of my way should do this trick. Alright. What else?
Make way!
Kill this little guy.
Looks like.
Leave this to me.
Ready whenever.
I'm fully prepared.
Alright. Now this is a skill.
I'll kill them all at once. The rest
Okay.
is up to you.
Time for battle.
Time for battle.
Die.
Absorb its power.
Ready whenever. Out of my way.
Nice. And my turn.
I lost too much blood.
Okay, that's nothing actually.
Good to go.
Let's
Right,
do this!
It's up to you then.
Hauling ass!
Right.
Knocked it out of the park!
What else?
Ready when you are.
Okay, that's attack.
I've got this.
Do this.
Let's go.
Right.
Got it. I've got this.
Nice.
Let's go. That's
Nice. No, no. Don't end my turn.
Rev it up!
Eat my dust.
Do this! Eat my dust!
not like this.
Wave 4 ends.
The pain. It hurts. Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
Suddenly, Queen Zella broke off and stared at something behind us.
Overlord Veshness!
What?
We all turned around at the same time, but
Huh?
there's no one.
No one there.
Don't tell me.
He tricked us. We turned back around, but it was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely.
He got away?
Freaking coward!
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been quenceled.
Lame. Okay, S of course. After the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage.
Ima, are you alright? Hold on. I'll get you out now.
Mr. Samino!
I swung my sword down on the log and it broke apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided him outside, but then I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye, right next to the cage.
Bomb?
Next moment, what the... I instinctively grabbed Ima from behind. This snap action meant my body shielded Ima from the brunt of the blast. Scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain. I asked,
Ima, are you okay?
Yes! But what about you?
Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as you're fine.
Huh? Huh? Mr. Samino? Mr. Samino! Mr. Samino!
Day 50. Alright.
Up and Adam troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 50th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. That's right, folks. You're
Okay, let's
in on
skip
if you're
this.
so.
I woke up to expected sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
Didn't have to ask about the day since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips. And I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
I sat up in the bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any ache or pains. Where's Ima? You seem fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease? I think so. Has anything changed? You mean the murder cases? We haven't made any progress. Ima and Darumi are still denying they were working together. But I don't believe they did anything either, but the others. Oh, something else has changed though. Ima has been taking part in defensive battles. What? You shielded him back at the enemy relay station, remember? He said he is joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he's still as reticent as ever and hardly ever leaves his room. Otherwise, we can't blame him though. Other than Tsubasa and me, everybody is suspicious of him. But he did say that he was willing to tell you, and only you, everything. Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later. Were you expecting me to not act right now after what you just told me? Jumped up and dashed outside immediately. Mr. Sumino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Don't mention it really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. Ima nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. It's my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister and then smash their face in with a my hammer over and over again until there is nothing left.
Huh?
Yet I am but a detective assistant. I do not deal well with deductions, so I have decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you.
Ah.
I have utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do just that as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first of all, why did you kill Darumi? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you?
Yeah.
When Kako's body was found, you and Darumi were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer, but that can't be right? Of course not. If so, from your perspective, only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point of time. None other than Doremi, yet you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Sumina, I see what you are getting at, and you are right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in the storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Beside the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. It's big enough even for Takumaro and Moko to pass through. You are quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. Stuck my head in to the stuff, but I couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise me you will not get angry. Yeah, because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. That's not possible. The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about it by tinkering with the control system in the war room. And continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you had told us about it, we would be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister that no matter what happened, I will never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. I want us to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again, just two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here.
Yeah!
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time. When I was putting it back into my pocket, after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space, even after my dear sister lost her life. It felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled non-stop. Yeah, this is some heavy stuff. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual when we stepped out inside. Ima, you are an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake. I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She has been going around telling everybody the news, you know. Anyway, what's up? Just wanted to know if there's a recon drone anywhere around here. With lights and cameras if possible. Yes, but what do you need it for? It's kinda hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring a drone? We need it to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a second. Well, it can't be Tsubasa for sure. If there's a ventilation stuff here, that means I see how it is now. Yeah, exactly. Kako was killed. The president of the shop makes everybody in the academy a suspect, including the savers for Shama's case. Including me, yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Kind of, sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it, though. Okay, let's start. Thanks. We used a drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right, in summary, this is what we have learned. First of all, the shaft bends in zigzag shapes a few times and extends toward the school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building. Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. However, the bends are extremely narrow and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with a body size of a small child could have gone through those bends. I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on protrusion in the interior wall. Thankfully, we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square. Green piece of cloth about an inch long. Green? Shoma? But he can't do nothing due to his condition. I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. They looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the great implication behind this. Maybe a certain incident blinded them to existence of that possibility. Put the pieces of cloth in my pocket, looked them both in eye and said, tell everyone to gather at the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. This is quite sudden. Please, just do it. They turned to look at each other. Don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. Spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time that I found something, a faint trace of blood on the corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant it belonged to her. I entered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find everyone already gathered there. Really? Eva, you are here too? Yes, I have received an official release. I have been given Eito's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credit goes to Takumi and to Tsubasa. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. What if someone presses it by mistake? I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Huh? Mystery solved! Mr. Sumina, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed? Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise me you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. And with your face, I saw him gritting his teeth with a scorn on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, Fine, I promise that I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. Alright. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this. Here goes. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma. It was the name of that person is...
Enough already. Okay. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shama is... Okay. It's time to decide your destiny. Can't believe this. Well, this guy has a condition. How could he have done it? Is Shoma the one behind this? Yes, of course. How did he even manage to stab himself? And got rid of the
real killer.
You! Shoma Genzaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Stop running your mouth, and just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Begin persuasion? Oh my god, this is great! I'll tell you what happened in the chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 AM on day 27. You met up with her before that, on day 26, to tell her to come to gym during that period. So she showed up at the gym as asked, where you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing? What thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about TTX, tetrodotoxin.
Tetrodotoxin. It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting it just 1, 2, or 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX into her right hand. Then you block the gym door using a mop as a latch. Thinking you could make her death seem like suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of stage into the skateboard storeroom. You already knew that shop was there, because you had seen Ima and Kako going into the trapdoor before. You did your homework and went down to check out the storeroom as well before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft, and you used that when to return to school building. That's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason?
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school. You can't accuse me of being the culprit because of that.
But you are the only one who could fit.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with the body size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. A girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof? Let's see this proof.
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all of us, only Kurara, Takamura, and Shoma wear something green on them. But Kurara's Tomoro mask isn't made of cloth, so this scrap can't be hers. So shade of green on the Takamura's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. Just check, part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed, I too witnessed it and have concluded they are a perfect match. Thank you, Kyoshiko. You couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack, but you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder strap to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how your backpack got caught on a sharp edge, and you know the rest. This cloth scrap got torn off because of that. No. This is fake evidence blunted by real culprit. Someone is trying to frame you. If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Wow, this next part is all just conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? The plan went ambre because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. That's what's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told about anyone about the shaft, this would no longer be locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murder, we would eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterward. But it was almost done by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. You could make everyone think you had been killed by the culprit. We would never ever dream of suspecting you. You are being ridiculous. This is way too bold a plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves?
You weren't actually going to die.
Of course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, you were absolutely confident you wouldn't die because we have the revival method in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement, so that we could hear your voice. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please, be realistic. No one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about cutting your wrists or slitting your throat.
Alright.
No, it is possible.
If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic like the stuff, remember what Yugamu said? At the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yeah, and I still stand by that. It doesn't make sense. So you're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where will I even find a drug like that? Probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where?
Biolab, of course.
From the biolab.
That room isn't locked and everyone has access to shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for me. But how did he know that that kind of drug even existed? Alright, assuming that I did inject myself with that anesthetic.
Did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards?
You tossed it away.
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed it far away as well, just like you did with the string. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No, but nobody searched the area nearby on the day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you are just guessing at this point. You have got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it?
A blood stain, of course.
I saw blood stains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In the place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached, those stains prove that the bloody knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you are trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce. Anyone could have left that behind to frame me. All it proves is that I could have committed...
Trick.
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kako was holding. Your fingerprints were on it.
can't be. It can't be. It just can't. My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
You fell for it.
Oh my god, all the three in the book.
No. That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean, it was just... Anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX, it was none other than you!
Shama Ginzaki.
Shoma Genzake!
But I don't understand. What happened to this guy? He can't even punch someone. Takumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part you were correct. It was me, I killed Kako. Stop, Ima! Back off, Ima, you promised. So, which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with. I did not kill her of my own violation. I was ordered to do so by a search of someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling you the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn of day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there, right in front of me. You didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Under the bed or something. What did X say? X said,
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately. Yes, the bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as Sirei.
it's just who is this X person? I don't know. They were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. So that's... That sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true. I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed the way Gaku had been. X came up with an entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hangar, and ventilation shaft. The poison, it was X who obtained that bottle of TTX2. Well, actually, that makes more sense now I think about it. Oh, no way Shoma knew poison existed, also some kind of drug that can help him to stab himself. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? Speak to her on the afternoon on day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ima? If so, come with Ima to gym tonight at 2 AM. The plan was to kill not just Kako but Ima as well, because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their deaths seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at this specified time, 2 AM. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow, but keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she had showed up alone, but X also told me,
if you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
So I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building. Except I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ima. It was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. Suddenly X appeared again.
Ima probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn, but rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went to the back of the building and... Yes, I had been left with no other choices, but I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with that serum. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, X gave me the drug as well, along with the knife and shrink. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and shrink that I dropped after I did the deed, because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. His story thus told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiroko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or hearts? No, I have no idea. Thank you, your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's the Takumi. Yeah, X must have done it if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion, probably because nobody knew that somebody had stolen the hearts from dead bodies. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it, I'm gone for. I told you about X. The bomb inside me is going to blow up now. Nothing is happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can possibly make a detonator for the bomb in your bodies. Only someone with my level of skill and experience. So Mr. Ginzaki won't be executed. Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged toward Shoma so quickly nobody had time to react. Shoved Shoma to ground, crammed on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off.
Go to hell! Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at his mouth. Yugamu darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started confronting him. Everybody else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's painted wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. Paint, not painted, Jesus. We moved unconscious Shoma in the cage, the courtyard, and made sure it was properly locked. Once that was done, I showed the key deep inside my pocket. Well, yeah, we can't let Ima kill him. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Kako's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out who this person was by hook or by crook, and I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fist tightly. I would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve. Well, in the worst scenario, we can go back in time. Day 51. Okay, let's
Get
just
prepared.
skip.
Be ready to get.
Guys! Wake up! Something's happened!
Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. Please, not another dead body. What happened? What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shama, and Shama, what happened to him? Just come with me quickly. We all knew where we were going. Everybody made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We ran through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, then ran toward the cage without stopping. There we saw... Oh my god!
Shoma!
Yoshika grabbed the gate and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not budge.
Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket and slotted it into the keyhole. But how? Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to the showman and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
It's wet.
What?
Touched his clothes and they were wet as well.
Is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I had touched the water, I knew already that too much time had passed, but I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of the day 51. I think this means blood loss. I'm not sure. Between 2 and 5 mm. Multiple stab wounds on chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 in long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Not good. After everybody had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. The hell is going on? How did the killer get to the showman when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last time? Yes, I did, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I am repeating myself, but the key is unique. It cannot be copied. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects to just Takumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing? Aren't we overlooking other possibilities? That he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him. Can't think of any other reason why he would wind up dead in a locked cage in middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with the knife? It had to be X, right? If it was Health, they would have passed him some gamma field and a shrink. Yeah, ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged to the hell out of their mind. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. We moved Shama's remains to morgue. Well, there were now 4 bodies lying on tables there. And Ima's request we made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shama's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, You got what you deserved. After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combining over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or shrine. The only thing we found was a balloon. It was lying on the floor near Shama's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it into my pocket just in case. The last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon and darkness of night took over. It was already way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at rec room instead. This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shama's case yet. Of course they did. We would all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X, because that would mean there are 2 killers of X caliber running around. So who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This was the question I was dreading the most, and it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shama shared his side of the story last night, we had all been avoiding that particular issue, but it was time to face reality. I still myself turned to the Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes.
Oh.
12, the exact same number as the people present here. That means somebody among us is X. Oh my god. No, wait. It couldn't have been someone who came in. It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left that school before the sun came up. Sadly, that's not possible. This device comes with his history log. At 4 a.m. last night, the number changed from 13 to 20, and stayed there. So Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 a.m. last night. Yeah. Miss Magadori, we are discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that it neither went up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Yes. Thing is, we all screwed if we don't do something. It's threatened to kill us all in that message, and they are doing that. Just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping that one by one. Well, I agree with that part about doing something at least. Hey, Takumi, you are the leader. Come up with something. Maybe. How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention before that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right, so a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should sleep together. You, done and done. Are we all going to sleep in here from now on? How bland and boring getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in ditch? We have used curtains to divide the area up into rooms, so everybody will have some privacy. Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we are all sleeping? In fact, that's why we have avoided sleeping in the one spot up until now, right? Yes, and that's why I'm thinking of having sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We all also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we are all agreed. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. What is it? Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes. Which meant... what? What the...
Up and Atom troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your set. Prepare. Be ready to...
I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought to cross my mind at the time was, not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up and unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. Takumi? He awakens. I ain't one to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone is safe, thanks to your last words. My last words? For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember, those were the instructions you gave us on day 51. We have been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had an opportunity to strike. It also means X is still... yes, we still don't know who they are. If we did, we would have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They have all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Alright, there's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago we met the boy with undying flames. He showed himself? Yeah! Well, he was feeling very unwell, but said he just had to tell us something. And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1 though, because the two teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on this satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they are, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor will be extracted and put on standby while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. And once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite receives it, they would send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have a capacity restriction. That means people from both teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. The second to last defense academy does not have any transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Fortunately, I do not know where that transmitter is located. So it seems to me like this information could be of some use to you. That is why I came here to tell you about it. Okay. Distress signal transmitter. I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Same here. After hearing that, we split up into groups to search for the transmitter, but we still haven't found it. Doesn't matter. We have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X was our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shama, or they could have ordered someone else to do it, like they did for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shama's murder. As long as we could figure out who killed Shama, we would definitely find out who X is. Alright. Clench my fist tight. Hiroko, Tsubasa, come with me. Oh. What? Where? The courtyard. I'm going to investigate the scene of the Shama's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but what is that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. And thus, Hiroko and Tsubasa went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why did you ask us to come alone? Can't go against my own last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day, but why chose us? No reason in particular, just felt like it. Felt like it. One of us could very well be X, then it will be 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation? Don't worry, they would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that's true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody had an alibi for 4 a.m. and on day 51, right when Shoma was killed. Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Eva was in Eito's room actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon or any other clues? So far we haven't found anything. In that case, fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the case. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There's a clue. Shama's body was wet when I first found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. I walked over to courtyard fountain. There was valve with handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then frightening amount of water gushed out at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shot up into the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon the water considerably went back to its normal flow. Phew, that was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I was standing over here. I would be all wet by now if I had been any closer. Next I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. Turned the handle and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned to the handle to original position. Briefly saw Hiroko and Tsuba staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next destination, the cage where Shama had been held. You already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath and the bars are as strong as can be. No scratches on the lock either. No traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. See that ring suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor, it's just bottomless cage placed on top of base. But the cage is impossible to move manually, it literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint on the courtyard on the ballroom's computer that had some information about it. See, so it weighs 1 ton. And that reminds me, did you know this courtyard was originally created as a biotop for space development research? Biotop? I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. It's said that before World Death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. Each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area, including plants, microorganisms, and whatever that is. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystem those creatures had been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to stimulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospheric pressures, many times Earth range. But wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break? What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows. They are all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way sky could be visible from here. We are inside the school after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides connected to hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Oh right, they opened up after Sirei released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exist and drains are down, the courtyard is completely sealed space. Completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet, there's just one more thing. Yes. A balloon?
Oh.
The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. Can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the gift-o-matic. Gift-o-matic? We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. Is there a log for gifts people create? We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the gift-o-matic resulted in a few discoveries.
Oh.
So in summary, the official name of this is Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material. This description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when blown up. According to history logs, it has been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons and for what? Fortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. Only that data has been erased. After reviving our findings, I put the balloon back into my pocket. Suppose, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electrical air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has caster wheels attached to it. Anybody who can move it anywhere. But why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clear picture of how the event unfolded. A clearer pictures? And when will that happen? Probably by 7 PM tonight as usual. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did, and soon it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet me had arrived. Alright guys, I have solved the case. Someone used 100 balloons to, I don't know, lift up the cage. It was exactly 7 PM when I quietly said to everyone, hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss. What is this important thing we had to come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Really? Only one with motive is Ima and that ex guy. Who did it? First we must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma while he was inside a locked cage? Okay. Once we can figure that out, the identity of killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done it all that under those circumstances. Just cut to the case, tell us who the killer is already.
Alright. I'll tell you.
Okay, you'll tell us?
The person who killed Shoma. It was. The name of that person is...
The person who killed Shoma is... Who killed Shoma exactly? I'm not sure. Eva is the behind this? Yes.
The real killer. You, Ava!
What are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21. I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Alright. Begin persuasion. What makes you think I am the killer? Before getting to that part, we'll have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Shoma's dead body was found in that cage. He had been stabbed multiple times. That means you had to have figured out a way to get inside the cage. But the door was locked. And you were the only one with the key. Yes, I did have the key. So you couldn't have used it. You used another way to get inside. Another way? The key lies in the design of that cage.
The design?
Bottom
What are
is
you
not
talking
square.
about?
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That cage isn't secured in place. What of it?
Okay, someone can lift it with enough power.
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? How is it possible for anyone to lift up such a heavy metal structure? Very true, that cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Wait, are you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're saying it's too heavy to be lifted? Is there even any way to do that?
Okay.
You used buoyancy.
For buoyancy? That's right, you made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains. And then you floated the entire place. There's fountain there, right? You open its valve fully to release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles, turning it into something like an erupting geyser or opened dam. You left the fountain wide open for a while to fill the space with water. I'm sorry, your explanation was so outrageous I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was replaced into environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because those walls would be under constant pressure from force of water. No, that wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose? What special purpose? Now you're just talking nonsense.
Space search.
This place was a biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth range. That's what Tsubasa said. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Consider the water flow of a fountain. Probably took about 3 hours for water to rise and to the top of the cage. Shoma was killed at 4 AM. Counting back from that time brings us to 1 AM for approximate time the water started accumulating. Even if you were right, that entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton. You said so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water. Buoyancy doesn't work that way.
Start the rubber.
How could anyone have lived?
Okay.
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons? Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of about 10 liters. You infiltrated 100. You created 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. To be more precise, you put the deflated balloons into the cage first before inflating them. Okay, Archimedes' principle states that for buoyant force is equal to weight of the displaced water. 100 balloons that hold 1 liter each equals 1,000 kilograms. In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You would barely need to use a single finger to lift it. Then, you will easily be able to lift cage with just slightest effort. 110-liter rubber balloons. That's just not. It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely, you used a certain tool.
A certain tool? Well, what tool was it?
Tire
then?
pump. A pump, of course.
The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
It's mounted on wheels and can easily be moved here. Using that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. I see. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while I was submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shama would have drowned inside. Yet the revival magic stayed his cause of death as hemographic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction
Okay,
holds
his
true,
cage wasn't
Shoma
completely
would've-
submerged.
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work. Discharging water equal to volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force needed. Shoma kept his head above the water surface and breathed through his mouth, gasping and gasping for air the whole time. We took this opportunity to lift up the cage while underwater, slip inside and stab him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened the drainage walls to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body. But was it wet? No, not at all.
I'm not sure.
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
What? I mentioned just now that this courtyard was originally created as a biotop for space development research. Because of that, it's perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment, which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely when we first discovered Shama's, but it was actually still somewhat wet. It was dry enough though, plus we were all distracted by Shama's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the area. The only thing we did notice was that Shama's body was wet. Fine, I understand. This is utter foolishness. Let me summarize what we were trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, stabbed Shama multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again, turned the valve handle to open the drainage bowl. Look, Takuma, I am neither a diver nor a mermaid. Even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do
Okay,
even
your mask.
one of the things you're...
No. It's absolutely possible.
You used your mask, Eva. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe for up to 30 minutes using it like that. Yeah, I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater though. She will probably say a lot of people can use it.
I remember my mask did have... But someone stole... That person must be the real killer. Yes, that has to be it. I know I am right.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind it. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, The person who could wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava! You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
No! 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 No!
What was her reason then? Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. The method and flow of events were as you had deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I too had been threatened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 am on day 51, just before the murder. I heard a knock on my door. And you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside that door did flash through my mind briefly. But I am not a part of the Special Defense Unit, and I wasn't even here when you saw that threatening note. I just assumed I could not have been on X radar. Well, what did X say? Yeah, who is this X?
Detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body.
Really?
Here it is. In case you think I'm lying. I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly, or else. Should you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on the detonator? Maybe they stole it from one of us. No, X said they obtained it through the proper channels. From Tsubasa herself. No? I duplicated the device, gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Now we are 100% sure that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first to Hiroko. I never got it back. I haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. That is fair. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else started straightizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Hey Eva, just one thing. Yes? X said they would blow you up if you told the others about them, right? Yes. And that's what you are doing now. You're feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet? I believe they could if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could have been in a sleeve on their chest, around their waist. No one would notice. It would be easy to simply press button at the opportunity moment. But X cannot do that for one particular reason. What's that? Takumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yes, I remember. Anyone standing within 25 ride radius at the time will be blown into shimmers. 25? That makes the blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Basically the length of this entire courtyard. That's why X isn't pressing the button. Because they'll be caught in blast as well. And it's not like they can simply run away. Taking such action is as good as admitting you are X. That's why X has got their hands tied, eh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Eva. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea, Eva. Do you know anything else about X, their height, body, shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shama previously described and used a voice changer as well. So it was not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice, but Eva looked down a short instant silence later. She spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
Huh? How did you figure that out? By their mannerism. Their mannerism? You know how some people will subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when thinking about something. Those sorts of mannerisms They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, where's X?
All right, I will tell you. X is. The real identity of X is.
Suddenly a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now. Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity was revealed, it would be the end of them as well. They might even prefer to die with everyone in blast over being caught in prison. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now, before Eva could reveal their evil identity? Were they banking on the possibility that Eva might say the wrong name? If she did, X could just sit back and watch the show without doing anything. And if she really said X name, they could always press the button at that time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude right now. It might be dangerous for Eva to say that name out loud, even if she got it right, everyone will die anyway. Still, I might just be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? Should I? Okay, there was literally no time to hesitate. My final decision. No way. Okay. Okay, should we shut her up? Well, no, of course. Tell us who she is. It's your future. I decided to let Evo finish her sentence without interrupting. However, she stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What is the matter, Lady Evo? Okay, X got your tongue? Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Then why did you pretend like you knew? At Emma's question, Eva suddenly, hey, she smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as if she was mocking us. When I saw her expression, it dawned on me. Of course, you are afraid, right? You are afraid to die. Even if you were forced to do so by X, you will still be the one to kill Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. Then you thought to yourself, I am going to be thrown into a cage again. This time they are never going to let me out. Why should I stay there? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the special defense unit with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had that courage to begin with, so you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb. Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity. Wait, that means you going along with all of this time was just an act? When you said you hated her, was that a lie too? Also, you could gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight. Eva said nothing in response. Her limbs didn't move for a second, but something else did, her hands. The traitor is on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in peculiar motion triggers an explosion. My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over to Eva at breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly.
Get away, everyone!
At that, everybody made a mad scramble for exit. Right after that, Eva grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and found myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit, where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to exit on the other side and were at about the same distance as well. I quickly stood up and looked in Eva's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I didn't have?
she pulled on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Day 80.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Wow, we have
Okay.
just a bit.
It's day 80? I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact I was somehow still alive. Come to think of it, I seemed to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remember the lavender fragrance. Can think about that later. Is everyone okay? I stood up from makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider and stepped outside. And then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Moko are gone? Exactly what I meant. They were both missing when I woke up. You were the last three on watch last night, right? Yes, by half through my shift I felt a pain on my neck. Like something had pricked me. Somebody must have jabbed me with that stone anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. And when you woke up, they were both gone. That's what I've been trying to say. It was at this point that everybody finally noticed I was awake. Sir Takuma, I see you have decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days no see.
Oh!
Pretty fast, all things considered. Yeah, hey, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko? Yes, the 9 of us here will split into groups of 3. After some discussion, we decided on following groups. Group 1, me, Nozomi, Darumi. Group 2, Takamaru, Kurara, Kiyoshika. Group 3, Hiroku, Yugamu, and Ima. Let's go find them. Who is this X anyway? And thus we embarked on search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any traces of them. However, they are nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking. Suddenly we heard a strange voice coming from school. Bad news? Teams Takuma and Takamura, can you hear me? So come to parking lot right now. Gave each other knowing glances before rushing toward the stairway together. Takamaru's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There were a few traces near parking lot. Hiruko and Takamaru's team were staring agape at something near the top of them. Dread started to pull in pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stare. What I saw was, my God, the hell is this?
No! How?
It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face. I felt sick to the bone. No, now 5 of my friends are dead. I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow I held myself together and said,
Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Subject, Tsubasa Kawana. Cause of death, loss of blood. Estimated time of death, day 8, between 5 and 8 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 in long. Too much time has passed since death and insufficient cryptoglobin present in body impossible to revive. Subject, Moko Mojiro. Cause of death, again, blood loss, same thing. Okay, it's the same blade. Too much time has passed and she can't be revived. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. Well, did someone else also lose their heart? Hey, do you mind if I mention something? Go on. It's something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She got her heart stolen like the others? Wait, how did you know about the hearts being stolen? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Alright. But I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. Then what is it you wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Dharma walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and put the blouse up so that we could all see the strange thing on her back. Two? Think so? Could be a Z or an N as well, I don't know. The mark is small enough to be completely covered by a hand. Not located in the center, but more toward the left side of the spine. This is indeed curious. Purplish color even makes it look like a breezy.
Oh!
What could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that, of course. We checked Moko's bag as well, but there were no markings at all, let alone one that looked like a number. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko. Oh my gosh, she lost Moko again. Nozomi clung onto the Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguished chokes and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Too much words I don't understand. Too many words, actually. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Kurara suddenly brought something up. What is it, Kurara? I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? The organic life detection device. 9, same as the number of people here. Ain't it about time you just shoved your hand? X, you are one of us here, ain't you? No criminal in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Fess up and we promise not to throw your sick little ass into jail. So, come on, help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shama. What if it was the same this time? Hey, don't you go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there are 2 killers among us? I mean 1 mastermind and 1 killer. Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree, it should still have some of anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying, yes, going back to sleeping in our own rooms may be the better option at this point. On the condition that nobody opens their door until the morning announcement. Are we clear on that?
Get prepared. Be ready to give.
Who is this X? I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I had been cured of fainting disease. During the day, we split up into groups to investigate the death of Tsubasa and Moko, but we didn't find a single clue. Soon the sun started setting. Darkness took over.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
It happened right after the bedtime announcement had played. What's this? The sound of the doorbell sent a chill up my spine. Was it X? Were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way over the door, where I was greeted by a familiar voice from the other side. I know what are you thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hirko is X, right? But you would be wrong, I am not X. Yeah, you say that, but... Just listen to me, I need to tell you something. You are likely innocent because you did not have the detonator for Eva's bomb. For that reason, I trust you and want to tell you something I remember. What is it? I am going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I'll be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it went completely silent. What should I do? I don't believe Hiruko is ex-bot. Damn it. I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and run directly to the morgue. I've never met an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would have happened to you had I really been X? But you said you weren't. Only a gullible idiot will believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. I gritted my teeth in frustration and said, anyway, what was this thing you remembered? Hirko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blues up. It's that strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her livor mortis code. Livor mortis code? It's a unique number that appears on the back of all Special Defense Unit members when they lose almost all their cryptoglobin. Only those from Team 1 have this. Where did you hear about this? That is a 3-day-long story. I can tell you another time. All I can tell you now is that this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved to the shaman's body neck, removing the sheet covering him. She flipped his body around so that his back was facing up. There was a large gaping hole there. Shoma too? Yes, I believe X must have done this. But when? We have been moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there was just one sliver of opportunity X could have taken advantage of. What's that? When Eva self-destructed, everyone got caught in blast and were knocked out. It was the next morning by the time we regained consciousness. X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us, and Yuko showed me Eito and Gaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Kako's body over. Now we have 4 cases on hand. Everyone is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline is rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's in exact location. That has to be it. The part of their backs with the livor mortis code has been cut out. Well done. Is it the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? The livor mortis code only shows up on those from Team 1. Moko is from Team 2, naturally her back is code free. After saying that, Hiroko returned the bodies to their original positions. But why would X do such a thing? I am guessing it's because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If the bodies were to left in their original state, somebody was bound to notice the codes sooner or later. So they cut out the part with the codes out in order to keep them hidden from us. Why did they dig out the hearts too? Most likely a red herring. Think about it. A distraction. What would be the first thing to come to your mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their backs cut away? I would think there had to be something on our bodies as well. You see, now you're getting it. You would think X is targeting something invisible on that part of your bodies, right? What would you do with that information? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut off that part of your body before X could get their hands on it. Or cover it with something like a tattoo or soaring dragon. X would likely be highly inconvenient if we did that. That is why they took out the heart as well. They wanted us to believe their target was not the patch of skin on our backs, but the hearts in our bodies. That's why X did that. Though that still leaves us with one question. What's that? I'll explain later. You see, X objective has to do with knowledge of livor mortis code. Our current hypothesis is that X cut out that particle part of the skin, not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of code. But if that's true, why set up the red herring? Because X's objective was only to know what the codes were. They could have simply gotten rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into a wall of fire, buried them in forest. Yet X did none of these things. Why? Not sure, but maybe they needed the bodies to be left in the morgue for some reason. I think so too. Yes, X clearly wanted to leave the bodies in here, but by so doing, it would allow us to find out about the existence of liver mortis codes. That's why they went through the trouble of setting up such a complicated red herring, removing the skin and hearts of those already dead. So the question is, why does X want the bodies preserved? That's what I am trying to find out. Okay, so X wants bodies to be held here. For what purpose? Let's put that aside for now. We'll talk about something else. Why does X want to know what the liver mortis codes are? It has to do with the distress with signal transmitter. Transmitter a boy with undying flame told us about? Based upon there's something called distress signal transmitters. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would transmit a distress signal. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes he mentioned, he must be referring the liver cord mortis code. Yes, there are 10 people on Team 1. Entering 9 of our codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the liver mortis codes of 9 people indicates that 9 people have entered total death. Total death means the complete cessation of life. In this state, person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how did you come across all this information? Same way I came across the previous information, by remembering them. Oh, the 3-day long story you were talking about? Yes, I will explain further when time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the liver mortis codes? Does this mean X is trying to summon rescue craft? It's very likely, so that they can leave the school. Quite so. Which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located, because the liver mortis codes would be useless otherwise. That's a logical line of reasoning. Keep going. We find the distress signal transmitter ourselves, we may find a clue to X's identity. Could not look deeply at my words. That's why I'm going to start looking for distress signal transmitter now. Care to join me? But it's almost midnight. What are you, 5? Let's join her. Alright. Hiroko and I ran around the school all night in search of distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end, of course. It's almost 6. And bit, if we are not in our rooms for morning announcement, the others may suspect us of being X. Yes, we should call it a day for now. And just as Hiroko was about to finish her sentence. This is odd. Kurara, hide yourself. What in the world? You made a rule that we should never go anywhere alone, remember? So why is Kurara wandering around by herself now? What if Kurara is dead? No. Well, yeah, she's always wearing a mask. Now that you mention it. We peered out from around the corner of the hallway to see where Kurara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. Well, sound translator, right, someone is here. The sound of footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer and softer until we heard the roof door close, and then there was silence. Rara went upstairs. I mean, we are on the ground floor, but she just came from that staircase. Why would she come down the staircase just to go up again? Maybe she didn't come down the stairs. Are you saying? We started investigating the area around the staircase, groping around the wall surface to see if we could find anything. And then...
What is this?
A secret door.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
Okay. Mystery solved, friends. Behind the door was a staircase leading down into pitch darkness.
Kudata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, at the end of this staircase...
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
Okay. Ah, so someone can change their voice. Kurara is wearing a mask. So, okay. This place. Cannot believe we are still discovering new places in the school on day 82. It's freezing in here. Your unfunny jokes made the heat in the room shrivel up and die. I don't recall making any jokes. There is a device of some sort in the middle of the room. You should check it out. Yuriko and I approached the device and started at the display monitor, stared at. Is this what I think it is? There was a user manual of sorts in the bottom left part of the screen which reads distress signal transmitter. Enter the lever mortis code of each special defense unit member in the blank space on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, poison gas will be released from the tank behind the device. It's a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard suit will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned. This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we were looking for. To think it has been here for the whole time. This is a major discovery. In my experiment, I started looking around the other areas of the room. The next moment I felt my blood going cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because of all my attention had been on that device. An object in the corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. That was... As expected, Kurara is dead. Kurara Osuzuki dead body.
Wait. What? We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
You have eyes? Can you not see?
Oh my god, what is this?
This is definitely Kurara Osuzuki.
Okay.
I know because I've seen her real face before. The one beneath her usual tomato head mask.
I've seen her face before too.
On that note, do you remember who we just crossed paths with?
Masked.
Yes.
Kurara.
But the real Kurara is here, which means...
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure. That person is none other than X themselves.
Must be a girl too. I mean, how can they fake the, the buttons? You have arrived at story log 3. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring other branches. For now, okay, guess that's that.